Hello everyone, Omni Sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as Black Adam, Part 5. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
The last seal settled into place. John stepped back from the Doom's doorway and let out a slow breath he felt all the way down to his bones. The slab of obsidian black stone no longer bled heat or whispers. The cracks were gone, and the original seal was restored without any tampering. He even added magic traps around the seal so that if someone tried to break in or break out, the seal would activate and would either kill or gravely injure the fiddler. All in all, the job was done. John turned and walked toward the stairs carved into the cavern wall. With every step upward, the air grew lighter, cooler and less heavy with ancient malice. By the time he emerged into the open air, sunlight hit his face so suddenly that he had to squint. He rolled his shoulders and stretched. 1 month underground felt like a year. He took a deep breath. Fresh air and peace. He flew up onto the more open area and saw her. Harley was sprawled across a massive sun-warmed boulder near the entrance, lying on her stomach with her chin propped in her hands. Her boots kicked lazily behind her, back and forth, like a bored kid waiting outside a principal's office. She noticed him at the same instant he noticed her. Her eyes went wide. "Johnny!" She was airborne before he could say a word. Harley slammed into him at full speed, arms wrapping around his neck, legs locking around his waist. The impact would have flattened a normal man. John barely rocked back a step before instinctively catching her. She squeezed him like she was afraid he might vanish again. "You are not allowed to do that again," she said into his shoulder, voice muffled and very serious for once. "One whole stupid month. One. Do you know how long that is in Harley time? That is like a decade. Look at me. I think I've got wrinkles." Maureen paid a visit last night and she also looked very lonely. John laughed, the tension draining out of him all at once. He wrapped his arms around her and held her just as tight. "I was a little busy keeping reality from collapsing." Yeah, hero stuff," Harley muttered. "You could have popped up for 5 minutes. Maybe send lightning text or a smoke signal. Something." She pulled back just enough to look at his face, then immediately leaned in and kissed him. Their mouths met with a fierce urgency, lips crashing together in a hungry, desperate kiss. Harley's tongue plunged into John's mouth, tangling with his own in a wild, unrestrained dance. She nipped at his bottom lip, drawing a gasp from him as she deepened the kiss even further. John's hands roamed over her back, squeezing the curves of her waist and hips as he pulled her flush against him. He could feel the heat of her body, the rapid beat of her heart against his chest. His own pulse raced in time with hers, desire coursing through his veins like liquid fire. Harley broke the kiss for just a moment, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "God, I've missed you," she whispered, her eyes filled with emotion. He could see her tears. She was really happy. "Why do you look blurry?" She blinked a couple of times.
It's
just, something got into my eyes." John's response was another searing kiss, his tongue delving deep into her mouth as he devoured her. He could taste the salt of her tears, the sweetness of her lips, the tang of her desire. It was intoxicating, addictive, and he knew he'd never get enough of her. Their bodies pressed together, a tangle of limbs and heat. John's hands slid down to cup Harley's ass, squeezing the firm flesh as he ground himself against her. "I'm gonna ride you here and now." John gathered Harley into his arms, cradling her against his chest as they lay there. They stayed like that for a while, just enjoying the closeness and the warmth of each other's bodies. Finally, John spoke up. "That was incredible, Harley. I've missed this so much." Harley nuzzled her face into his neck, inhaling the scent of his skin. "Me too, John. Me too." She let out a happy sigh, feeling completely content and fulfilled in his arms. John stroked her hair, his fingers tangling in the soft strands. "So what now?" Diana became the new queen. Your divine MILF is all free of her duty. And they even announced the marriage news to the world. FYI, you'd better put a ring on Maureen and my finger before the former queen, Harley said with one of her rare serious expressions. My first thought. That's the plan, he replied with a nod. They lay there for another few minutes before they dressed up and flew toward the main palace. It's time to say goodbye and go home, John said as he increased his speed. Main palace. John, Harley, and Hippolyta stood on the wide terrace overlooking the sea. Diana approached them from the inner halls, wearing light armor. She looked tired, but steady. The kind of tired that came after choosing a hard path instead of running from it. John stepped forward first. Congratulations, he said, sincere and relaxed. You did exactly what I hoped you would, even back when I was pissed and yelling at you. Diana smiled faintly. Anger can be honest sometimes. He nodded. That it can. For a moment it looked like she might say something more. Question, maybe several. John waited, patient. Whatever she wanted to ask, he was ready to answer. Instead, Diana shook her head. No, she said quietly. There is nothing I need to ask anymore. John raised an eyebrow. She met his eyes. You saved Themyscira. My sisters are alive because of you. You saved my mother, defeated Ares, and sealed the doorway. That matters more than answers. She stepped closer and extended her hand. Thank you. John took it. Their grip was firm and respectful, warrior to warrior. You are welcome, he said. Take care of your people. I will, Diana replied. And I hope one day I can repay the favor. Harley leaned in from the side, resting her chin on John's shoulder. If repayment involves snacks or punching bad guys, we accept both. Diana smiled. Then she turned to Hippolyta. The air shifted. Mother and daughter stood facing each other, close enough that their foreheads nearly touched. For a long moment, neither spoke. Hippolyta reached up and adjusted a loose strand of Diana's hair, the same way she had when Diana was a child. You did well, Hippolyta said softly. Diana replied, I learned from the best. They embraced. It was not regal. It was a mother holding her daughter and a daughter holding the weight of a crown. When they pulled apart, Hippolyta rested her hands on Diana's shoulders one last time. Themyscira is yours now, she said. Guide it somewhere better than I ever could. Diana nodded, eyes bright. I will do my best. That was enough. Hippolyta turned away before emotion could slow her steps. Harley wiped at her eyes dramatically with the back of her glove. Wow, Harley sniffed. Okay, I did not sign up for feelings today. John smirked and wrapped an arm around her. You cry every time. That is not true, she said. I only cry when things are sad, happy, meaningful, romantic, or involve moms. They rose into the air moments later, three figures lifting from the palace terrace and turning toward the horizon. Themyscira grew smaller behind them, its white cliffs and rebuilt towers glowing under the setting sun. Diana stood watching from the balcony until they vanished from sight. The flight to Kondak was quiet at first. The kind of quiet that comes after something big finally ends. Hippolyta flew slightly ahead. Harley flew close to John. So, Harley said eventually, breaking the silence. Home sweet home. Back to deserts, politics, and people trying to assassinate you before breakfast. John laughed. You make it sound charming. Oh, it is, she replied. Way better than spooky demon doors. Plus, Maureen's there, and I owe her a very big welcome back hug. Hippolyta glanced back at them, a small smile touching her lips. Harley flew closer to Hippolyta. So, how does it feel to be free of all duties? Hippolyta exhaled, a long breath she did not realize she had been holding for centuries. Strange, she admitted. Lighter, as if I set something down and only now noticed how heavy it was. Harley nodded seriously. Yeah, that tracks. I felt that way after quitting therapy, shooting Mr. J in the ass, and blowing up my Mr. J's stash house. Very freeing. John snorted. Those are not the same. They absolutely are, Harley said. One is emotional baggage. The other is literal baggage. Boom. Growth. Hippolyta laughed, a quiet sound carried away by the wind. If freedom always sounds like this, I think I will enjoy it. Below them, the desert shifted from gold to deep amber as the sun dipped lower. Kondak's barrier shimmered ahead, recognizing John instantly and opening without resistance. They were home. On a high rooftop near the palace, Maureen stood with her coat fluttering behind her. She felt the barrier ripple before she saw them. When she did, her eyes widened and she smiled. He's finally home. John vanished midair and reappeared in front of her in a blink. She barely had time to say his name before he pulled her into a tight hug. "I'm home," he said simply. Maureen held him just as tightly. Harley landed beside them half a second later and wrapped both of them up in a dramatic group hug. "Family pile," she declared. "Nobody move. I waited a month for this." Maureen laughed and hugged her back. "You were guarding the door like a gargoyle." "Damn right," Harley said proudly. "Best gargoyle."
10 out of 10.
Would guard again. Hippolyta descended last, boots touching the rooftop. The trio looked at her. Maureen left the hug and walked to her. "Let's go in. I've prepared your room and then we are going shopping. You ain't walking around in that armor." They went in. 1 month later, New York City. Smoke rolled through the shattered warehouse like a living thing. Concrete dust hung in the air. Sirens wailed somewhere far away. The skyline glowed orange from fires spreading block to block as civilians ran in every direction, screaming, tripping, and helicopters kept their distance because nobody wanted to be the idiot who flew too close to a walking extinction event. The Turtles had planned this raid carefully. They had maps, timing, backup routes, and Donnie had hacked half of Krong's systems before anyone even stepped inside. None of that mattered anymore. The giant portal tore open above the street. Purple energy spiraled outward, warping the air, and one massive Krong robot stepped through. Then another, then 2 more. Each one is a towering 25-foot nightmare of metal and alien tech. Thick armored plates overlapped like insect shells. Long mechanical tentacles slammed into the streets, ripping up asphalt and concrete like paper. Their head-mounted cannons charged with a rising electric whine that made everyone's teeth hurt. And they were being controlled by tiny clones of Krong. Michelangelo stared up at them, jaw hanging open. He rubbed his eyes and blinked a couple of times. "Okay," he said. "That feels excessive." The original Krong hovered higher than the rest, his core glowing brighter, his voice echoing through external speakers. "Resistance is futile. This city will be repurposed." One of the robots fired a blast. A skyscraper's lower floors evaporated in a flash of violet light. Leonardo skidded across a rooftop and barely caught himself on the ledge. He looked up at the destruction, jaw clenched so tight it hurt. "Civilians first," Leo shouted. "Mikey, RPH, get them out." "Already on it," Raphael yelled as he ripped open a crushed taxi and hauled a family out. Michelangelo vaulted over debris, herding people toward the subway entrance. "Anyone who survives this gets free pizza from me, assuming I survive." Donatello slammed into the side of a building after deflecting an energy blast with his enhanced staff. He rolled, sparks crackling along the bow as the force nearly knocked it out of his hands. Leo rushed in, dodging the tentacles, and came up slashing. His twin katanas bit into the robot's ankle joint, sparks spraying as alien alloy screamed under the impact. The cut barely went in an inch. "That is new," Leo muttered as he flipped back onto the side of the building and climbed down. The robot answered by swinging a tentacle the size of a bus. Leo barely jumped in time. The tentacle smashed through a storefront, glass and steel exploding outward. Leo landed in a crouch, chest heaving, eyes locked upward. Above him, Splinter leapt. The rat moved like living smoke. Thanks to John's healing back then, he has regained his peak form. So he was much stronger. He ran straight up the robot's leg, staff cracking against joints and sensor clusters. Each strike would have crippled older models. This one barely staggered, and the damaged parts were getting repaired almost instantly. Cannon charged. Splinter felt the vibration through the metal a split second before it fired. He twisted, vaulted off the machine's shoulder, and landed beside Leo just as a beam ripped through the space where his head had been. The building behind them vanished. Splinter's eyes narrowed. These machines are reinforced far beyond previous encounters. No kidding, Leo replied as he blocked another blast that sent him sliding backward across melted asphalt. A second robot joined the fight, then a third. They moved together now. One robot slammed both tentacles down. Leo crossed his swords and caught them, knees bending under the impossible weight. The ground cracked beneath him. His arms shook. Splinter struck from the side, staff glowing faintly as he poured chi into the blow. The impact rang like a cathedral bell. The robot barely flinched. It backhanded him. Splinter flew through a delivery truck, metal folding around his body as he crashed through and skidded across the street. He rolled once, twice, then forced himself up, leaning heavily on his staff. Leo's heart dropped. "Sensei, I am still standing," Splinter said, though his voice was strained. The cannon locked onto them both. That was when Leo snapped his head toward Donatello. "Donnie," he yelled, "call the pizza guy." Donnie was halfway down a subway staircase, ushering people into cover while rerouting power to keep the tunnels lit. He froze for half a second. "Signal going out," Donnie said. "I really hope he is not busy saving the planet or getting married or enjoying his honeymoon. In the latter case, he might just snap on us before the Megabots." Back on the street, Raphael and Michelangelo were still moving civilians. Raph ripped a bent steel door off its hinges and used it as a shield while ushering a group across the street. "Move, move, move." Subway entrance 2 blocks down. Mikey skidded in beside him, catching a falling kid with one arm while deflecting shrapnel with his nunchucks. "I swear, every time I say things cannot get worse, the universe takes it personally." Above them, the robots advanced. Splinter stepped forward again despite the pain burning through his body. "These machines will not stop," he said to Leo, "so we must slow them." Leo nodded grimly. Just like old times, they charged together. Leo went low, blades flashing as he targeted servos and joints, forcing the robots to shift their weight. Splinter went high, striking sensors, disrupting targeting systems, and redirecting fire away from the evacuation routes. A beam clipped Leo's shoulder and sent him spinning. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up with a groan. "You good?" Splinter called. "Ask me after this," Leo replied as he hurled a sword straight into a cannon barrel. The blast backfired, blowing the weapon apart and staggering the robot. The Krong shrieked in rage from above, their portal flaring brighter. More energy surged. Splinter planted his staff into the ground and steadied himself beside Leo. Suddenly, thunder rolled across the city. Not from the sky, from everywhere. The air charged so suddenly that every piece of metal on the street vibrated. Loose debris with metal parts lifted off the ground. The Krong machines paused. Then lightning fell. White gold bolts slammed down from the sky, striking the robots. One lost its head. Another collapsed as its core detonated inward. A third was driven into the street like a nail, pinned by electromagnetic force. "Someone called for backup?" Static said with a large grin as he stood on top of the third robot. Another bolt of lightning cracked as John appeared before Leo and Splinter. He was in his SHAZAM mode. "Come on," first Shredder turned into a giant dragon and now 5 giant alien robots with a giant gooey alien. "What's up with you guys and giant freaks?" John said, pointing his thumb back. "You!" Krong's voice boomed. "Who the hell are you?" "Seriously, dude? You don't know him?" Static looked up at the Krong Prime. "You living under the rocks or something?" "He was in Dimension X for a few years, so he doesn't know you," Splinter said to John. "Well, no worries, he will." John flew up into the sky and faced the Krong Prime. "Static, you think you can take those 2 robots down?" Static grinned as he released a burst of electricity, completely obliterating the third robot. I've been waiting for you to say that. Leave it to me. He cracked his neck and shot straight up, boots sparking as he landed on the hood of a wrecked fire engine. All right, tin cans, he said, rolling his shoulders as electricity danced over his arms. Who wants seconds? The two remaining Krong robots turned toward him in perfect sync. Cannons rotated. Tentacles spread wide and slammed into the street, anchoring them like walking fortresses. Power surged through their frames, purple energy pulsing brighter as they recalibrated. Static whistled. You're really coordinated. That's cute. The first robot fired. Static vanished in a flash of blue-white light. The beam tore through empty air and carved a glowing trench across the street. Static reappeared on the side of a building, running sideways along the brick like gravity was optional. He snapped both hands forward. Electricity exploded outward. The bolt slammed into the first robot's chest plate, frying sensors and blowing armor panels off in smoking chunks. The robot staggered back, joints locking for half a second as systems rebooted. Static grinned. Yeah, you felt that. That's the result of 1 month of nightmarish training. The second robot didn't wait. Tentacle whipped toward him, faster than the last ones. Static dropped flat, electricity surging through his boots as he slid across the wall and kicked off into open air. The tentacles smashed through the building where he had been, bricks raining down into the street. Static twisted midair and fired a sustained arc of electricity downward. The electricity wrapped around the robot's tentacles like glowing chains. Metal screamed as electromagnetic force crushed joints inward. One tentacle snapped completely, crashing into the street and skidding through parked cars. The clone Krong inside the robot roared in static-filled alien rage and fired again. Static caught the blast on a raised forearm, electricity flaring into a shield that bent but held. He was pushed backward through the air, boots digging sparks against the pavement as he skidded to a stop. Okay, he said, shaking his arm. That one stung a little. Both robots are charged now. They moved faster. Heavy steps cracked the street as they closed in from both sides, cannons charging, tentacles whipping out to box him in. Static laughed. Oh, nah, he said. You ain't flanking me. He slammed both hands into the ground. The street lit up like a circuit board. Electricity surged through rebar, sewer lines, buried cables, and every scrap of metal beneath the pavement. The robots froze mid-step as current ripped up into their legs, frying internal systems from the inside out. Static shot straight up between them in a vertical lightning bolt. As he passed, he grabbed one robot by the head and spun, slamming it face first into the other at full speed. The impact sounded like a train collision. Both machines crashed into a warehouse wall, the entire structure folding inward around them. Static hovered in the air, hands on his hips. Smoke poured out of the wreckage. Inside the collapsed building, the robots tried to rise. Their systems sparked wildly, movements jerky and uncoordinated. Static extended one hand. Night, night. A focus bolt speared down and punched straight through both cores at once. Purple energy flared, then collapsed inward. The warehouse caved in completely as the machines went dark, metal screeching as they crushed themselves under their own weight. Static landed lightly on a streetlight, breathing a little harder but smiling widely. New York still standing, he said. You're welcome. High above the city, clouds churned as John hovered effortlessly in the air, lightning rolling around him like a living storm. Across from him, the Krong Prime floated on anti-grav fields, his massive robot body bristling with weapons. John tilted his head and smirked. Anti-grav? Don't tell me you can't fly, he said. That's embarrassing. The Krong Prime screeched in fury. I will dissect you and claim your power. He shot forward. The sky detonated. They collided midair, lightning and alien energy slamming together in a blinding explosion that sent shockwaves rippling across the clouds. Windows shattered for blocks. Helicopters spun away, alarms screaming. John didn't budge. He caught the Krong Prime by the face and drove him straight up, punching through cloud layers in seconds. Purple cannons fired wildly, blasts ripping past John's shoulders and exploding uselessly into the sky. John laughed. You hit like a generator with stage fright. He headbutted the Krong Prime. The impact caved in part of the robot's faceplate and sent the alien spinning end over end. John was already moving, blinking ahead of him and slamming a lightning-covered fist into his back. The Krong Prime screamed as his systems overloaded, energy arcing wildly across his frame. You do not understand what you face, the Krong roared. Dimension X will consume your world. Do you? John said with a grin as he pointed his finger at the sky. SHAZAM! The living lightning crashed down as he redirected it at Krong Prime. The alien shrieked as systems flared red across his armor. Retreat initiated, he screeched. Dimensional extraction. Purple light tore open behind him as a portal began to form. Reality twisted, folding inward like wet paper. The air screamed as gravity buckled and nearby debris was yanked upward. John's grin vanished. Oh no, you don't, he said. You are not bringing that mess back later. The Krong Prime threw himself backward toward the forming portal, cannons firing wildly to buy time. Buildings below shook as the pull intensified. Cars lifted off the street. Streetlights bent and tore free. John moved. He crossed the distance instantly and grabbed the Krong Prime's robot by the torso. Lightning wrapped around his arms, bright enough to bleach the clouds white. The living lightning was still at work, transforming John into Black Adam and then back to SHAZAM mode. Over and over again. You do not get to leave homework unfinished, John said. Nice. The constant transformation is smooth and I don't sense any backlashes. The Krong Prime screamed as the portal fought to finish opening. Unstable dimensional energy surged violently. The edges of the rift cracked and splintered as if it could not decide whether to exist. John tightened his grip. Lightning detonated outward from his body in a controlled sphere. Every bolt converged inward, compressing instead of exploding. The Krong Prime tried to speak. He never finished. His entire body collapsed inward and then vanished in a blinding flash. The portal reacted badly. Without its anchor, the rift destabilized instantly. The purple vortex shuddered and imploded, collapsing into itself like a dying star. A shockwave blasted outward, ripping through the clouds and slamming into the city below. Loose debris was hurled outward instead of pulled in. The air boomed like thunder rolled inside a drum. Then silence. The sky cleared. John hovered in place for a moment, electricity fading from his body. He exhaled slowly and rolled his shoulders. Yeah, he muttered. Definitely not letting those guys set up a franchise. Below, the city slowly realized it was still standing. Somewhere in the space, a Kryptonian ship flew straight toward Earth. It was still years away from reaching its destination. Suddenly, an unstable portal appeared in its way, pulling the ship inside. Morning. The Kondak sky was clear when the private jet touched down. The engines powered down, the door opened, and for a long moment, nobody moved. April O'Neil was the first to step out. She stopped at the top of the stairs, sunglasses pushed up into her red hair, taking in the sight of a gleaming city framed by desert and distant mountains glowing faintly with magic. Okay, she said. I officially retract every joke I ever made about wizard countries. Leonardo followed, hands resting on his swords. His eyes scanned the area out of habit, expecting cameras, shouting, chaos, or at least one person screaming about mutant turtles. None of that happened. They all got down and walked inside the airport. A few airport staff smiled and waved. Some tourists nudged each other and whispered excitedly. One kid held up a phone, snapped a picture, and gave Mikey a thumbs up. Michelangelo froze mid-step. Guys, he whispered. I think we are famous in a good way. Raphael squinted. I do not like how much I like that. Donatello adjusted his goggles, scanning the area again. Even he was surprised to see that there were no press or military breathing down their neck. He said, There are no press or drones. This is unsettling. Splinter looked around. Peace can feel unfamiliar to warriors, he said gently. As they walked out of the airport, they saw Harley waiting for them, down the stairs. She wore bright colors that clashed aggressively with the desert palette, boots planted wide, hands on her hips, grinning like Christmas morning had personally shown up for her. "Well, butter my biscuits and call me a ninja groupie," Harley said. "If it ain't my favorite sewer samurais." Michelangelo gasped and pointed. "Harley!" She bounced forward and immediately hugged him, then Raph, then Leo, then Donnie, then Splinter, completely ignoring personal space and common sense. "Look at you guys, all tan and heroic. I heard about the alien blender situation in New York. Real 5-star mayhem. Where's my hug?" April said. She opened her arms. "Appy." Harley hugged her tightly. "We are going to have so much fun. As long as I get to dip in the magic hot spring that cures all types of skin conditions," April said with a smile. "Oh yeah, hot spring, park, pranks, pizza, and so many things," Haley said, pulling back. Leonardo finally voiced what they were all thinking. "We expected more attention." Harley snorted and waved a hand toward the open terminal. "Please, honey, this place has weekly magic surges, roaming spirits, and the occasional demon who forgets to knock. For walking turtles and a giant rat barely crack the weirdo-meter." Raphael blinked. "That is the most comforting thing anyone has ever said to me. Let's go. The car is waiting in the parking," Harley said as she twirled around and began to walk toward the parking. As they walked, the difference became impossible to ignore. No one screamed or ran. People smiled. A vendor offered Mikey a free glowing watermelon slice. A kid ran up to Donnie and asked if his staff could shoot lasers. April leaned closer to Splinter, lowering her voice. "They are not hiding at all." Splinter nodded. "A society that accepts power without fear creates fewer monsters." Michelangelo spun in a slow circle as he took a bite of his watermelon. "Sensei," he said softly, "I think this might be what normal feels like." Raphael cracked a smile. "I am going to get used to this." Leonardo watched the city, shoulders finally easing. "So am I." Harley stopped before her car and clapped her hands together. "All right, everyone. Time to go to your new house, clean up, and then vacation time." At the same time, another arrival touched down on Kondak soil. Virgil Hawkins, static, stepped out of the airport and froze. "Yo," he said quietly. Daisy came up beside him, sunglasses pushed up on her head. "Is that a floating monorail?" Richie squinted. "Is that a dragon made of light advertising funnel cakes?" Frida crossed her arms. "I hate how much I love this already." Robert Hawkins let out a low whistle. "Okay, I admit it. This beats Niagara Falls." Sharon nudged Virgil. "You fought robots the size of buildings and still look more nervous now." Virgil laughed. "Yeah, because this place feels like if Las Vegas married Olympus and had better zoning laws." Late noon. Let's talk about Kondak a bit. Kondak had changed. The city was rebuilt and expanded. Thanks to Amazon's help and magic, things got sped up, and within a month, everything changed. Streets were wider. Buildings gleamed with clean stone and gold-veined marble. Magic worked quietly in the background, reinforcing structures, cooling the air, and keeping everything just a little too perfect to ignore. People are calling Kondak the Magic Nation. And then there were the theme parks. John had not gone subtle. The largest one sat just outside the capital, its gates shaped like a massive lightning bolt split down the middle. Above it floated glowing letters. Stormfront Kingdom. Inside, chaos and joy lived in perfect balance. One ride was called Thunder Run. It strapped riders into enchanted chariots and launched them through artificial storm clouds where lightning danced just inches away. The bolts never touched, but the air buzzed, and hair stood on end the whole time. Another was the Skyfall Circuit. Riders free fell from a floating platform, screamed their lungs out, then were caught midair by gravity magic and slingshot upward through glowing rings of light. There was a family ride called Atlas Express where the track shifted under you, changing landscapes from desert to jungle to ocean in seconds. Everyone loved it, John stayed up at night, learning the automatic instant landscape transform magic to build that, and it was really hard. He had to create the runes by hand, and let's just say he had to make over 100 runes and it wasn't fun. Michelangelo came off Thunder Run shaking with joy. I saw my entire life flash before my eyes and it had a gift shop. Raphael wiped dust off his shoulder. I hate that I loved it. Donatello stared at the control crystals near the ride exit. These safety redundancies are insane. Do you know how hard it is to make lightning obey theme park regulations? April dragged Donnie to the next ride. Stop scanning everything. We're here to have fun. Let's go to that ride. The food was another problem entirely. Kondak's giant fruits were everywhere. Sun melons the size of beach balls with golden flesh that tasted like honey and citrus. Sky figs that floated slightly until you bit them. Ember pomegranates that warmed your hands and left a pleasant heat in your chest after eating. Outside Kondak, a dozen magic fruits could cost more than a used car. Inside, they were stacked in open markets, priced low enough that kids bought them with pocket change. Virgil bit into a slice of sun melon and froze. This is heaven. Daisy nodded slowly. I am never eating normal fruit again. Robert laughed. You say that now. Wait until your grocery bill is at home. Sharon shrugged. Worth it. Evening. Then there was Magic Mountain. It rose beyond the city, reshaped by Maureen and Harley themselves. The air was cooler there, rich with clean wind and the scent of blooming flowers that glowed faintly at dusk. Trees bent gently as if aware of visitors. Soft lights drifted between branches. Not fireflies, but small nature spirits that giggled when people waved. Crystal-backed deer watched from ridges. Stone turtles the size of cars slept near warm springs. Winged foxes darted through the brush like streaks of color. Paths shifted slightly as people walked, always leading them somewhere beautiful. Maureen hovered above a valley, hands glowing faintly as she adjusted snowfall patterns on a distant peak, making sure it never got too cold for visitors. Hey, Harley, what's this place called? Virgil asked as he looked around the glowing rabbits. Harley lounged upside down from a tree branch nearby. This is called Murder Bunny Meadow. Because everything here looks adorable, but if you try to poke anyone or hurt anything, the bunnies will murder you and then eat you. Maureen flew down and landed beside Virgil. She looked up at Harley. You named the last one Punchy Flower Hill. Duh. The flowers punch anyone who tries to pluck them. This place feels, Virgil said as he lay on the soft grassy ground. Like so peaceful and cool. I could just stay here forever. John's mansion. Rooftop pool. John leaned back against the pool's edge, shoulders submerged, arms stretched wide along the smooth stone. The city stretched below him, glowing softly under the late sun. Floating walkways drifted lazily between towers. Airships flew in and out. Somewhere in the distance, laughter rolled up from the lower terraces. A glass of wine sat on the edge. The bottle beside it was already half empty. Kondak was thriving. Trade routes were open, tourism was booming, and magic fruit exports alone were funding 3 new districts. The people were happy. The borders were calm. For once, the world was not on fire, minus the small-time villains who pop up every now and then. John closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. What more could a man want? He mumbled with a satisfied smile. Then the rooftop door opened. John opened one eye. Hippolyta stepped out onto the rooftop in a bikini. Wow! John froze. The golden bikini was simple and unapologetic, revealing all her curves, long legs, thighs, tummy and boobs, big boobs. Her hair was loose, falling over her shoulders, moving slightly in the breeze. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it for a moment, arms crossed over her tummy, watching him with a look that made his brain briefly forget how to operate. She looked very shy, and this was the first time she put on a bikini. Do you like it? She asked. Do you like it? Hippolyta asked. Like it? I would put my face between your boobs and motorboat. John thought, but he couldn't say that out loud because they were still in the early stages of their relationship. and with all the work over the past month, they got very little alone time. Love it, he said, trying very hard to keep his voice steady. You look amazing. Hippolyta smiled faintly, her cheeks tinted just enough to make his heart trip. I was a little nervous, she admitted, looking down at herself. It was a rare moment of vulnerability for a queen, standing so exposed before a man for the first time. But she was kinda happy because she was doing something intimate for her fiancé. John swam across the pool and extended his hand toward her. Join me, he said with a warm smile. Hippolyta walked over, and as soon as she took his hand, he gave a playful tug, pulling her into the pool. Oomph! She hit the water with a splash, gasping as she surfaced. Before she could wipe the water from her eyes, John had her wrapped in a hug. She laughed, throwing her arms around his neck. I can't believe you just did that, she giggled, shaking wet hair from her face. I couldn't resist, John grinned. She laughed again, eyes shining as she looked up at him. Then she leaned in and kissed him. The kiss was slow at first, deep and gentle. Her body pressed against his in the water. John wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss as he ran one hand up her spine and into her wet hair. Hippolyta's fingers tightened on his shoulders, her sigh soft as she melted against him. Then she broke the kiss, resting her forehead against his. This is nice, she whispered. It is, John said. No world-ending threats. No paperwork. Just you and me. She murmured, a playful edge to her voice. No paperwork. He chuckled, tightening his hold. That's the best part. She tilted her head, studying his face. John took her hand and nodded toward the edge. Come on, let me pour you some wine. They swam over to the edge and sat down in the water. John used a little magic to bring another glass from the minibar and poured a glass of wine for her. She took it, leaning against him slightly, her head on his shoulder. They drank in silence for a while, watching the city's lights begin to glitter as the sun dipped lower. This is such a beautiful view, Hippolyta thought, looking at the sky. And a beautiful company. John finished his wine and set the glass aside. He took her empty glass too, placing it next to his, then turned to face her fully. Hippolyta looked up at him, her expression soft. He traced the line of her jaw with his thumb. You know, he began. I've been thinking. She prompted, her eyes curious. About us. What about us? Her voice was quiet, her gaze steady. Everything. The beginning, the now, the future. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. Back then, when I proposed the marriage, I told myself it was a strategic move, a necessary political step for both our worlds. He watched her face, seeing her expression soften, her posture relax slightly. But I was lying to myself. It was selfish, he continued. I fell for you hard. From the moment I saw you, I was mesmerized by you. And everything that came after, the battles, the late nights, the early mornings, it just made me want you more. Hippolyta's lips parted slightly, her breath catching. She pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the steady thud of his heart. John, I love you, he said, the words heavy and absolute. I am in love with you. Do you think it was selfish of me to put you in the middle as a bargaining chip for helping Themyscira just to get close to you? He looked straight into her eyes, exposing the guilt he'd been carrying. I could have helped you without asking for anything in return, yet I didn't. He paused, his thumb still resting against her cheek. Does that make me a bad person? Hippolyta opened her mouth to answer, but power spiked so violently that the air itself rippled. The pool water surged outward in a sudden wave, sloshing over the edge as a deep, concussive boom rolled across the city. Windows far below rattled. Birds scattered into the sky in panicked clouds. John's head snapped east. He felt it instantly. It was the same power signature that he felt when Krong tried to escape. TSK. Don't tell me that unstable portal created a double loop. His expression hardened. Trouble, he said, already rising out of the pool. Shazam! Lightning tore down from the sky and wrapped around him in a blinding flash. The rooftop shook as thunder cracked overhead. When the light faded, John hovered above the water in his Shazam form, electricity crawling lazily over his shoulders. Hippolyta stepped back, spun once, and golden light wrapped around her body. The bikini vanished in a flare of magic, replaced by polished Amazonian armor, her sword and shield forming in her hands as if they had always been there. She put them on her back. They locked eyes for a fraction of a second. Then they shot up into the sky. The air cracked as they broke the sound barrier, streaking east toward the border park in twin blurs of lightning and gold. They did not make it far before two more signatures joined them. Harley rocketed up from below, mallet already slung over her shoulder. "Please tell me I did not just feel a space fart," she yelled over the wind. Maureen flew alongside her, cloak snapping behind her, eyes glowing faintly as she focused on the disturbance. "That was not a fart," she said calmly. "That feels like an unstable energy surge." John grimaced. "Yeah, a big one." They pushed harder. The eastern park came into view within seconds, trees bending wildly as distorted gravity pulled at them. The ground below was scorched in a wide circle, grass flattened as if something massive had slammed down from the sky, and at the center of it all was chaos. A purple portal flickered in and out of existence, its edges jagged and unstable, folding space like torn fabric. Every pulse sent shockwaves through the air, warping light and sound. A gigantic spaceship was half inside the portal and half outside. It was huge, with a damaged and smoking hull. Alien metal glowed softly along broken seams, and strange symbols flashed on damaged panels. John hovered lower, eyes narrowed. "Well," Harley said, floating beside him, craning her neck. "That's new." John read those strange symbols using his wisdom and understood the language. They were Kryptonian, which could mean three things. Inside that ship was either Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, Power Girl, Kara Zor-El, or one of Zod's men. "Is it hostile?" Hippolyta asked. "Only one way to find out." John flew down, grabbed the front part of the ship and pulled it out of the unstable portal. Sizz! As soon as he pulled it out, the portal vanished. He put down the ship on Kondak's land. The ship hit the ground with a heavy metallic groan, sand and dust blasting outward in a wide ring. Its engine sputtered once, twice, then died completely. Cracks of glowing blue energy crawled along the hull before fading. John and the others landed beside the ship. "So," Harley said, squinting at the ship, "are we about to meet Space Jesus, Space Karen, or Space Nazi?" "Nope. This is a Kryptonian ship," John replied. "Another Blue Scout?" Harley asked. "We'll know once we open it," Maureen said as she walked closer and touched the surface. Suddenly, the sky to the east filled with sound. Jets, dozens of them. Kondak's early warning systems flared to life across the horizon as aircraft from neighboring nations screamed toward the border. Fighters, drones, surveillance planes, all fanning out into tight formations. They stopped short of the invisible line that marked Kondak's territory, hovering and circling like nervous predators. None of them crossed. Not a single one. John glanced up and smirked. They were fast. They were already watching, Maureen said. That portal spike lit up half the planet's sensors. Below the circling aircraft, armored ground vehicles began to line up on the far side of the border. Soldiers took positions. Cameras zoomed in. Satellites adjusted orbit. The world was watching. John folded his arms and looked at the ground unit. He blinked forward and hovered on the border. "You boys lost?" he asked loudly. He looked back at the ship. "That thing fell on my land, so I'll take it. You're free to fight over it, but I doubt that'd change anything. So, kindly take your merry band and piss off. And you know what? I'm kinda sick of you people arriving with your cavalry for every little thing. The peace treaty is already in place. Now, should I take this little stunt as a declaration of war?" A black SUV stopped beside one of the armored cars. The door opened, and Amanda Waller stepped out first. She wore her usual dark suit. She surveyed the scene like she owned it, with her usual deadpan expression. The soldiers, the jets, the ship, and then John, hovering at the border with lightning still faintly crawling over his shoulders. A blonde woman who looked, at first glance, like an assistant, got out of the car. She was young, neat, clipboard in hand, hair pulled back tight. John's eyes narrowed the moment she stopped beside Waller. Ah, ancient witchcraft magic. Enchantress, huh? He thought. Well, Harley muttered under her breath. That one smells like HR and human sacrifice. Maureen's gaze lingered on the blonde woman for a second longer than necessary. She's giving off a creepy vibe. Ancient magic, Hippolyta mumbled. Waller walked up to the border, her heels crunching on the sand. Her hands were relaxed at her sides, as if she were entering a meeting that she controlled. John, she said calmly. That is an alien ship. We don't know where it's from, who is inside, or if it carries any risks. If there is even a chance it carries unknown pathogens or contaminants, it becomes a global threat. I am here to make sure that does not happen. She gestured toward the ship without looking at it. Hand it over to me. We will contain it, study it, and neutralize any danger before it spreads. John smiled, not a friendly one. Who are you kidding, Waller? He said easily. That's a Kryptonian ship, and I'll be damned if I let you take control of a Kryptonian, especially after everything your little department has done with what you call them again. Ah, Suicide Squad. He drifted a few inches higher, lightning flickering lazily along his arms. So here's how this goes, he continued. You pull back your men and stop pretending this is about public safety when it's really about you wanting to control a Kryptonian to keep Superman and us in check. You might even try to replicate the DNA to create super clones. So no, I won't allow you to enslave another life. Or if you want, you can break the peace treaty and try to take it by force, but that'll start a war with Kondak and the Amazons. He tilted his head slightly. Trust me, this will end badly for you, your friends, and your bosses. Even that little witch of yours can't save you. Waller stared at him for a long moment. Her expression did not change, but her jaw tightened just a fraction. Then she lifted a hand. Stand down, she said flatly. Orders rippled outward instantly. Jets banked away, drones pulled back, and ground units reversed and retreated from the borderline with disciplined efficiency. Waller met John's eyes one last time. We'll meet again, John, she said. This isn't over. John smiled wider. It never is. She turned and walked back toward her SUV. Since Waller brought Enchantress with her, then her heart must be in that SUV or with Waller. John thought. What happened next took less than a second. Godspeed. John vanished. The world froze. Dust hung in the air. Jet engines stopped mid-roar. Waller's heel was halfway through a step that never finished. The only ones who were able to keep up with his speed were Harley, Maureen, and Hippolyta. Freeze! Maureen flicked her fingers as her eyes glowed with a green hue. She used her time freeze to give John an extra edge. John reappeared beside the SUV, already opening the back door. Inside, secured in a reinforced case, sat a familiar box. Tech-laced steel, runes layered under circuitry, a biometric scanner glowing faintly on the lid. John glanced at it and sighed. Still using fingerprints? Amateur. He blinked. Now he was standing in front of Waller, gently taking her hand. He pressed her thumb to the scanner. Green light. The box unlocked with a soft click. John blinked again. Back at the SUV, he opened the case. Inside was the beating heart of the Enchantress. Bingo! He took it and placed it inside his pocket space. It's a new magic he learned during the time skip. He closed the box, reset the locks, and put it back exactly where it had been. Then he returned to where he was at the start. He looked back and gave his girls a wink. Time snapped back into place. The jets were already shrinking into the distance when the last of the armored vehicles turned around. The border quieted again. Harley hovered beside John, squinting after Waller's SUV until it vanished beyond the dunes. Was that a freaking heart? She asked. Yep, I'll explain it later. Right now, we should check that ship. They shifted their attention to the ship. Up close, the vessel looked way too damaged. Deep gouges ran along the hull where the portal had chewed through it. Panels flickered. Energy conduits sparked weakly. John walked along the side until he found what passed for a door. The frame was warped inward, its metal twisted like it had been folded by hand. Well, he muttered as he planted his feet, grabbed the edge and ripped. Metal screamed as the door tore free in a shower of sparks. John tossed it aside like scrap, and dim blue light spilled out from inside the ship. There we go. The air smelled sterile. They stepped inside. The interior looked futuristic. Strange symbols glowed faintly along the walls, pulsing slower and slower, like a dying heartbeat. A figure shimmered into existence in front of them. She was tall, humanoid, and made entirely of flickering blue light. System error, she said, her voice echoing with static. Identity. Ship mind symbio. John looked up at her. You look rough. System failure at critical level, Symbio replied. Her form wavered. Primary occupant in danger. Maureen stepped closer. Who is inside?
Kara zordil simbosus POD malfunchten.
Life signs destabilizing. Estimated failure in minutes. Requesting assistance. Her image flickered violently before scattering into static.
Kara zordil pojergir.
Nice. John was already moving. This way, he moved further inside. The corridor narrowed, walls scorched and cracked. At the end stood a heavy door sealed shut, warped from internal damage. He grabbed the doors and pulled them apart with a grunt, metal tearing free as alarms finally died completely. The chamber beyond was wide and circular. At its center stood the pod. It was tall and oval, made of translucent crystal and alien alloy, cracked down one side.
Gabe hung loose.
Energy flickered erratically inside, and inside the pod floated a naked woman with short blonde hair. Wow! Big booby nude lady. Harley mumbled as she squinted her eyes, focusing on Kara's breasts, then at Hippolyta's and finally back to hers. Boobsva. John forcefully shattered the pod and caught Kara in his arms. He then took out a blanket from his pocket space and covered her body. Is she alive? Maureen asked. Yeah, John said after examining her body with his healing lightning. She's in a state of coma or just sleeping, I guess. He turned around and looked at her. Maureen, take this ship and put it on the northern field and put some security around it. I don't want anyone snooping around it. All right? Maureen nodded. Let's go. They walked out of the ship. Maureen lifted the ship and flew away, while the rest of them flew back to the main city. A few seconds later, they landed on the upper balcony of the mansion. John carried her inside and laid her gently on the guest bed. Hippolyta looked at her. I will get clothes, she said, already turning toward the door. John nodded. Harley flopped onto a nearby chair. She stared openly at Kara, then at John, then back at Kara. So, she said, you want to tell me why alien Barbie crash-landed in our backyard? John pulled a chair closer to the bed and sat down, resting his forearms on his knees. Krong's portal messed with space-time, and she seems to have been dragged in. Harley hummed. Aha. And what are you going to do with the bobalicious blonde once she wakes up? That depends entirely on her, he replied. She raised an eyebrow. Meaning if she wakes up scared and swinging, I calm her down, he said. If she wakes up confused, I explain. If she wakes up hostile, I put her somewhere she cannot hurt anyone until she cools off. Simple. Harley tilted her head, studying him. And if she wakes up nice? John raised an eyebrow. You're jealous of her, aren't you? Hippolyta walked back into the room carrying a neatly folded pajama set. Who's jealous? She asked calmly, eyes flicking from John to Harley and then to the unconscious blonde on the bed. Harley snapped upright a little too fast. No one. John did not even hesitate. Harley. Harley whipped around and pointed at him. Excuse you. I am not jealous. I am observant. There is a difference. Maureen stepped in behind Hippolyta, having finished setting the security wards around the ship. She took one look at the situation, then at Kara, then at Harley's expression and smiled faintly. "Oh," Maureen said. "Harley is jealous of her boobs?" Harley gasped like she had been personally betrayed by reality. "I am not jealous of her boobs." She paused, looked at Kara again, then glanced down at her own chest. "Okay, maybe a little jealous of the boobs," she admitted. "But mostly I am suspicious. Those are villain boobs. Or at least rival boobs." Hippolyta walked over and placed the pajama set on the bed beside Kara, then fixed John with a look that could silence battlefields. "John," she said evenly, "please leave the room." He blinked. "What? Now?" Harley smirked. "Oh, you are in trouble." "I am not in trouble," John said, standing up anyway. "I am being unfairly removed from a situation I already handled responsibly." Hippolyta raised one eyebrow. He sighed. "Fine." As he walked past them toward the door, he muttered under his breath, "Already seen her naked anyway." Hippolyta did not look at him. Out. The door closed behind him with a very firm click. Harley immediately grinned at her. "Wow, you Amazons do not mess around. I kinda respect it." "Oh, do you think he got a boner after seeing our blonde?" Maureen and Hippolyta simply looked at Harley for a moment before shaking their heads. Kara jerked upright with a sharp gasp, instinct taking over before thought could catch up. She flew up a few inches above the bed, hands clenched, as she scanned the room in a panic. She was getting ready for the banquet on Krypton. After that, she was here. The first thing she saw was a woman hanging upside down on a couch. Harley waved with the hand, not holding a neon green gummy stick, and continued chewing like nothing was wrong. "Morning, Blondie. You snore a little. Kinda cute." Kara's head snapped to the side. Then she saw Hippolyta, the tall woman who was sitting on the chair beside the bed, a book in her hands, posture relaxed but alert. She was wearing an armor of unknown origin. She stood up and closed the book. Kara sucked in a breath and immediately grabbed her head. Pain bloomed behind her eyes as her senses went wild. Sound stacked on sound. Voices far below, wind brushing the windows, the sound of cars. Her hearing sharpened too fast, her vision cutting through walls without permission. She saw people moving outside wearing weird clothes, and they didn't look like Kryptonians. Then she looked toward the door. A man was standing just beyond the door. Her gaze snapped back to Harley's sour stick. She could smell it. Her stomach twisted. "What is happening to me?" she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "You are safe here," Hippolyta said gently. "No one will harm you." Kara's eyes locked onto her. "Where is here?" she demanded. "What is this place? Who are you people?" Harley stopped chewing. That alone was impressive. "Okay," Harley said, flipping upright and sitting properly. "Before anybody freaks out, I am not the kidnapper. I am more like the emotional support clown with a PhD in psychology." Kara stared at her. Hippolyta spoke again. "This is Kondak. You are in our home. Your ship was damaged and you were injured, so we brought you here." "Kondak? Ship?"
Kara repeated slowly.
She flew down on the bed as she took deep breaths and focused just like she had been trained over the years. The thing is, she doesn't know that all this time she was inside a symbiosis ship. Her physical body was inside a stasis pod and her mind was inside a virtual world or simulation of Krypton. The life she had lived so far was nothing but a simulated world. That's 20 years of her life. The door opened and John walked in. Kara looked at him. "Yes. But before I tell you the truth, you have to promise not to go berserk and keep control over your emotions because there are too many civilians around us and the truth will change your world forever," John said as he stepped closer. He dragged a chair from the corner and sat down. "Can you promise me that?" Kara stared at him for a long moment. Her chest rose and fell too fast at first, then slower. She closed her eyes and pressed 2 fingers to her temple. grounding herself the way her tutors had drilled into her since childhood. She counted her breaths. She pushed the noise back. The world sharpened, but it stopped screaming. When she opened her eyes again, they were steady. "I promise," she said quietly. "I will not lose control." John nodded once. "Good." He leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees, voice calm but heavy. "Krypton is gone, Kara." She blinked. "That's not funny." "I am not joking." Her brow furrowed. "My family was preparing for the banquet. My uncle was late. My cousin was showing off again." She shook her head. "This is some kind of test. Or a prank." Hippolyta stayed silent. Harley stopped chewing completely. John kept going. "Your planet was destroyed years ago. You were a child when it happened. Your parents put you into a symbiosis ship to save you. Your body was placed in stasis, and your mind was put into a simulated environment based on Krypton. This was meant to protect you and teach you basic life skills like conversing with others and teaching you how to use your abilities until the ship reaches its destination." Kara laughed once. Came out sharp and wrong. She was slightly trembling. "Okay, that is enough. This is not funny at all." "I know," John said gently. She shook her head harder now. "You expect me to believe that my entire life was fake? That my friends, my teachers, my home, 20 years of my life were just a program?" "Yes." Her eyes glistened and she laughed awkwardly. "No, that is insane." John stood. "Then come with me." Outside, they flew. Kara knew how to fly, but doing it in her physical body felt different. She followed John, Harley, and Hippolyta. They landed in the northern field where Maureen had placed the ship. The moment Kara saw it, her smile vanished. The ship was real. "That's the symbiosis ship," she thought. She stepped closer slowly, her hand hovering just above the scorched hull. Kryptonian symbols glowed faintly on the damaged parts. She recognized them instantly. Her breath hitched. "No," she whispered. John said nothing. She walked inside. The corridors felt wrong and familiar at the same time. Burn marks lined the walls. Systems were dead. The pod chamber stood open at the end. Shattered crystal scattered across the floor. She stopped before her pod. "No." Her knees buckled. Kara sank to the floor of the ship, sitting hard, fingers curling into the metal beneath her. Her breathing became shallow as her mind tried to grab onto something solid and found nothing. 20 years, she said softly. All of it was fake. John crouched a few steps away, giving her space. The feelings were real. The growth was real. But the world was not. "I'm sorry." Her shoulders shook as a quiet, broken laugh escaped her. "I was getting ready for a banquet." She looked at John as tears rolled down her face. "My mother told me to wear blue." No one spoke. Her eyes were red, unfocused, lost in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with grief. "I do not know who I am anymore," she said. Harley walked closer and dropped to her knees in front of Kara and wrapped her arms around her tight, pulling her in before Kara could even react. It was not gentle or careful. It was solid and warm and very real. "Hey," Harley said softly, her voice losing its usual edge. Hey. Nope, you do not get to fall apart alone. That is not how this works." Kara stiffened at first, shock freezing her in place. Then her hands curled into the fabric of Harley's jacket like they were the only thing keeping her from drifting apart. The sound that came out of her was raw and ugly and full of everything she had been holding back. Harley held on tighter as she let her cry for a few minutes. "I know," she murmured, rocking slightly. "I know it feels like someone pulled the floor out from under you and then laughed about it. Been there. Different flavor of nightmare. Same emotional gut punch." Kara's voice broke against her shoulder. "They are gone. All of them. I was talking to them yesterday." Harley swallowed and pressed her cheek against Kara's hair. "Yeah, that part never stops hurting. But listen to me, Blondie. You are still here. That means something, even when it feels like it shouldn't." Hippolyta knelt beside them, one hand resting lightly on Kara's back, steady and grounding. "Grief does not erase who you are," she said quietly. "It reveals how deeply you are capable of loving." Kara laughed weakly through tears. "I do not even know who I am anymore." John stepped closer. "Then you get to find out," he said. "Take your time. You do not have to decide anything today. And no, you are not alone. We are here for you, and your cousin is alive." Kara looked up at John with a glint of hope. "Kal-El is alive. He arrived on Earth years ago and is doing great," John said with a reassuring nod. Harley pulled back just enough to look over Kara's shoulder, then flicked her eyes up at John. "Wait," she said. "Hold up. Soups, like Red Cape, Boy Scout, allergic to green rock soups." John nodded. "Yes." Harley stared at Kara again, then back at John. "She's his cousin?" "Yep." Harley let out a slow whistle. "Huh, that explains the cheekbones." Kara wiped at her face with the back of her hand, still sniffling, still trying to breathe through the weight sitting on her chest. "You said, my cousin is alive." John nodded again, his tone steady and gentle. "Kal-El arrived on Earth years ago. He was raised here. He is doing well." Her lips parted. Her voice came out small. "Where is he?" John glanced up toward the sky, where the clouds drifted lazily above the desert. "Right now, somewhere out there, doing Superman things, saving people, probably stopping a train or talking someone out of robbing a bank."
Kara Blinket.
"I can just see him?" "Yes." "How?" John smiled faintly. "Go outside, fly up and yell his name. He will hear you." She stared at him, disbelief and fragile hope twisting together in her expression. "That's it. That's it." Harley gave her a little nudge. "Trust me, Blondie. If there is one thing that guy never ignores, it is someone calling his name." 30 minutes later, Kara and Clark touched down together near the edge of the northern field. They had been talking for most of that half hour. Whatever words had passed between them had left Kara looking hollowed out but steadier. Her shoulders weren't quite so rigid anymore. Her breathing had found a rhythm again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them. "I think I need to be alone for a little while," she said softly. "Not forever. Just right now." Clark gave her a small, understanding nod. "Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." Kara managed a ghost of a smile. It was fragile but real. Then she lifted off without another word, streaking low and fast toward the mansion. A faint sonic ripple trailed behind her as she disappeared over the dunes. Clark watched her go until she was out of sight. Only then did he turn and walk the last few steps to where John stood waiting, arms folded, expression unreadable. "I never thought I would see another Kryptonian alive," Clark said honestly. "For years, I believed I was the last survivor of my entire species." John nodded. "Yeah, that kind of loneliness sticks." Clark's gaze drifted back toward the direction Kara had flown. "She told me about the simulation, about living 20 years inside a constructed Krypton. I cannot imagine waking up and realizing all of that was gone." "She handled it better than most would," John replied. "Does not mean it did not break something inside." Clark exhaled slowly. "When I first arrived on Earth, I had my parents. I had time to adjust. She woke up and everything she knew was just gone." John did not interrupt him. "I want her to come with me," Clark said. "We could live together like a family. My parents and Lois would love to have her with us. After everything she went through, she needs her family and a stable life." John's eyes narrowed just a fraction. "But," Clark gave a small, rueful nod. "But the moment she leaves Kondak, the world will react. Waller will react. Governments will start talking about countermeasures. They will see another Kryptonian and start calculating what that means for power balances. Hearings, oversight, pressure campaigns, political narratives. She will not be treated like a grieving survivor. They will treat her like an asset. And I can't promise I'd be able to keep her out of the grinder." John's jaw tightened at the mention of Waller. That woman never misses an opening. If you make a move, she'll simply turn the media against you. Yes, Clark said. And even if I could shield Kara from the worst of it, she'd still feel the weight. Every day, every choice watched, measured, and politicized. That's why this might be the safest place for her right now. She can breathe here. She can grieve. She can figure out who she actually is without someone trying to hand her a script. John studied him for a beat. She already decided? She did. Clark's voice softened. She did. She said she needs time. She wants to clear her mind before making any permanent decisions. She does not even know what her real life looks like yet. Everything she thought she was building vanished in a single conversation. That's more than fair, John said. Clark looked visibly relieved, though the heaviness in his eyes hadn't entirely lifted. I will still be there for her. She can come to me anytime. She just does not have to choose everything today. John nodded once. She won't get pushed here. Not by me. Not by anyone else. Clark extended his hand. John took it without hesitation. Thank you, Clark said, for pulling her out of that wreck, and for not sugarcoating the truth. I don't believe in owning people, John replied, especially not someone who just lost everything. Clark gave a small smile. I'm glad she landed here first. John huffed a quiet laugh. Pretty sure she wouldn't put it that way right now. Clark actually chuckled at that. Then he glanced in the direction Kara flew. She's stronger than she realizes, he said. Once she finds her footing, she'll see that she isn't alone anymore. I don't doubt it, John answered. Clark straightened, squaring his shoulders. You mind if I drop by every now and then to check in? Not at all, John said. Well then, I should go. And once again, thank you, John, for saving her. Clark gave one final nod, then rose smoothly into the air and flew away toward Metropolis, leaving only a faint blue and red streak. 2 days later, Kara had spent 48 hours in her room doing exactly nothing that required touching anything fragile. She stared at the walls, floated in circles, and cried until there were no tears left, then stared some more. Eventually, the silence started feeling heavier than the grief, so she decided to get out of the room. She reached for the doorknob. The metal crumpled in her palm like wet paper. She stared at the mangled brass lump for a full 3 seconds, then set the knob down carefully on the floor because what else was she supposed to do with it? Okay, she muttered. She placed 2 fingertips against the door itself and gave the tiniest push. The entire door exploded outward in a shower of splinters and hinges. It cartwheeled down the hallway, slammed into the opposite wall, and embedded itself halfway through the plaster like a very angry bookmark. Kara froze, both hands still raised in the universal "I didn't do it" position. From the living room came the unmistakable sound of popcorn being paused mid-crunch. She tiptoed, or tried to, toward the bathroom. Each step felt like she was trying to tap dance on eggshells while wearing cement boots. The floorboards creaked in protest anyway. In the bathroom, she turned the faucet. Or rather, she intended to turn the faucet. Her fingertips barely brushed the handle before the metal bent sideways with a sad metallic groan. Hot water sprayed straight up like a geyser. She yelped, jerked her hand back, and accidentally swatted the shower knob clean off the wall. She caught it. Water blasted straight up like a broken fire hydrant. She stood there, soaked, holding a faucet corpse and a faucet pancake, looking like a drowned golden retriever who just discovered physics hates her. By the time she made it to the kitchen, leaving a trail of wet footprints and one very confused doorframe, Harley, Maureen, and Hippolyta were already looking at her. Harley was sitting cross-legged on the counter, a fresh bag of neon green gummy worms open in her lap, grinning so wide it threatened to split her face. Maureen leaned against the fridge with her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised so high it was practically in her hairline. Hippolyta stood near the table. The corner of her mouth twitched like she was fighting the world's most dignified smirk. Kara held up both hands. I broke everything, she announced. Harley let out a delighted cackle that echoed off the kitchen tiles and immediately started clapping like Kara had just performed the best magic trick in history. She hopped down from the counter, dummy worms tumbling out of the bag and scattering across the floor like neon confetti. One landed right on Kara's wet sneaker and stuck there. She ran over and checked the destruction that Kara had left behind her. "Oh my gods, Goldilocks, you absolute legend. You turned this place into performance art. That's commitment." Then she came back and circled Kara like an overexcited shark, inspecting the dripping hair and the faucet handle still clutched in one hand like a trophy. "Look at you. Soaked, traumatized, holding plumbing souvenirs. This is peak chaos and I am living for it." Maureen pushed off the fridge. She walked over, took the mangled shower knob out of Kara's other hand, turned it over once like she was appraising a rare coin, then tossed it casually into the dustbin. "First rule of super strength puberty," she said. "Everything is suddenly made of tinfoil. Second rule. Stop touching things until we figure out how gentle is gentle for you. Third rule." She glanced at the hallway where the door was still halfway through the wall like a very committed art installation. "Maybe don't touch doors either." Kara's face went from pale shock to bright, miserable red. "I was being careful. I swear I was being careful. I barely pushed." Maureen chuckled. "Yeah, I can see that." She remembered back when she and Harley got the power from John. They went through the same thing. So, she can understand what Kara was going through. "Well, don't worry. With a bit of training, you'll be fine," Hippolyta added, eyes sparkling with mischief. "I once shattered an entire stone throne during my first week. Everyone was furious. They spent so much time and effort building that throne. I had to promise them a vineyard's worth of wine and 3 new sets of tools before they forgave me."
Kara blinket.
"You broke a throne? Into kindling," Hippolyta confirmed cheerfully. The splinters were exquisite. Harley threw her head back and howled with laughter. "Queen Hippolyta, secret interior demolitions expert. I needed that on a t-shirt yesterday." Maureen grabbed a clean towel from the drawer and tossed it at Kara's head. "Dry off before you flood the place." Kara caught the towel midair, gently, miraculously, no new casualties, and pressed it to her face for a second like she could hide behind it. When she lowered it, her eyes were still shiny, but the corner of her mouth had started to lift. "I really am sorry about the door, and the faucet, and probably the hallway wall." Harley slung an arm around Kara's wet shoulders, heedless of the damp patch it left on her jacket. "You're a new member of our family now. And in this family, we don't apologize or say thank you for every little thing. So don't sweat it. Clean up, put on some clean clothes, and then breakfast. After that, I'll give you a full tour of our city." Out near the edge of the capital's expanded training grounds, enchanted stone pillars marked the boundaries, their surfaces inscribed with glowing runes that soaked up any stray energy blasts. 1 month had passed since Kara Zor-El's arrival in Kondak. In that time, she had learned to draw in solar energy and control her strength steadily instead of in wild bursts. She no longer cracked stone with every step or shattered windows just by raising her voice. John had trained her daily, showing her how to focus her strength, how to feel the power without letting it run loose. At the present, John stood at one end in his enhanced form. His black suit gleamed with white lightning patterns, the cape still as he held a wooden crate full of fresh eggs. Kara waited at the other end, dressed in simple white and blue clothes, a fitted white top and blue shorts that let her move freely. Her blonde hair was tied back, and she looked focused. John picked up an egg between his thumb and finger. "Ready?" he called.
Kara nodded.
"Throw it." He flicked his wrist. The egg sailed through the air in a gentle arc. Kara's eyes tracked it. She stepped forward, hands cupping softly. The egg landed in her palms without a crack. She turned and placed it carefully into the empty crate beside her. "Hell yeah, you see that?" She jumped with a grin. "Good," John said. He grabbed another. "But that's just one egg. Time to amp it up a bit. Think you can keep up?" He grinned and punched her fist on her palm. "Give it your best shot." This time, he put a little spin on it, making the path curve. Kara adjusted, leaping lightly to intercept. Again, she caught it clean and set it down. He kept going, one after another. Slow at first, then faster. Eggs flew in straight lines, then zigzags, then high loops. Kara moved with growing ease. Her body blurred slightly as she darted, but her touch stayed gentle. Each egg settled into the crate hole. John stopped throwing. "You're getting the hang of it. Now let's make it harder." He lifted the crate and hurled the entire thing upward in a high toss. Eggs spilled out midair, scattering like white confetti against the blue sky. Kara's eyes widened for half a second. Then she grabbed the crate and launched herself up in the sky. She twisted and spun, hands flashing out to snatch eggs one by one. She used her super speed and strength control without losing her focus. She landed lightly without creating a crater and placed the crate on the ground. "Not bad, Kara," John said, looking impressed. "Not bad at all. You caught every single one without a single hairline crack. A month ago, you would have turned that crate into scrambled eggs from 50 feet up. Now you're handling them like they're made of glass." He nodded. "Good job." Kara brushed a stray strand of blonde hair from her face. A faint flush crept across her cheeks, pink against her fair skin. She looked away for a second, rubbing the back of her neck with one hand. "Yeah, well, don't get all mushy on me now," she muttered, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward. "It's just eggs. Not exactly world-saving stuff." John chuckled. "World-saving starts with control. You nailed it today. Precision under pressure, speed without destruction. That's the hard part, and you did it within a month." The blush deepened just a touch. She felt a weird feeling in her heart that she couldn't exactly explain when John praised her. Was she excited? Yes. She was really happy that she managed to control her power. But this new feeling was making her confused, increasing her heartbeat, and she was finding it harder to look into his eyes. So, she looked away from him for a moment. Okay, I get it. You're in proud teacher mode. Message received." She finally met his eyes again. She planted her hands on her hips and lifted her chin, smirking. "But if you're done handing out gold stars, how about we switch it up? Catch eggs. You catch punches. Let's see if you can keep up with me now." John raised an eyebrow, amusement sparking in his gaze. "You sure? Last time we sparred, you ended up with a crater where the south field used to be. Then you refused to come out of your room for 2 days. I was feeling sick. New atmosphere, so it happens." She shot back, cracking her knuckles. "Besides, this time I'm not the one making craters. Your move, Mason." He grinned, stepping back into a loose stance, lightning crackling faintly along his fingertips. "All right then, bring it on. Show me what you've really got." Kara blurred forward in an instant, the air cracking with a sharp boom as she closed the distance. Her right fist snapped upward in a perfect uppercut, connecting cleanly with John's jaw. The impact rang out like a thunderclap. John's head snapped back, and his body launched skyward, rocketing through the low clouds in a trail of white lightning sparks. She didn't hesitate. Legs coiling, she shot straight up after him, like a bullet fired from a cannon. Wind howled past her ears as she soared upwards, leaving sonic booms in her wake. The training grounds below shrank in an instant. She broke through the cloud layer and spotted him tumbling higher, arms windmilling as he fought to regain control. Kara grinned widely, teeth flashing. "Gotcha!" She accelerated, matching his altitude in a heartbeat. Twisting midair, she drove her heel forward in a brutal spinning kick. The strike slammed into his midsection with enough force to send shockwaves rippling outward. John's body folded around the blow, then hurtled away horizontally, streaking across the sky like a comet. He crossed miles in moments, vanishing into the distant haze over the western dunes. Kara hovered there for a second, chest heaving, hair whipping in the high-altitude wind. She let out a sharp laugh that echoed across the empty sky. "That's more like it." A bright flash of white lightning erupted in the sky right in front of Kara, the air itself crackling with static. John appeared in an instant, materializing from the bolt. His black suit shimmered with residual energy, the white lightning patterns pulsing brighter than before. He rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck with a sharp pop, then flexed his knuckles. A slow, confident grin spread across his face. "My turn," he said. "Try to keep up." Kara's eyes lit up with excitement. She shot forward without hesitation, fists flying in a rapid barrage. She threw jabs, hooks, and spinning back fists. John moved with effortless precision, blocking or dodging every strike. He countered with light taps, a palm to her shoulder that sent her spinning a few feet, a quick shove to her midsection that knocked the wind out of her for a second. She recovered fast, growling playfully as she came back harder. Punches blurred into kicks, her speed ramping up until sonic booms punctuated each missed swing. John danced around her, never quite letting her land anything solid. He redirected her momentum, using her own power against her to flip her over his hip or send her tumbling through the clouds. Kara laughed through gritted teeth. "Come on, you're barely trying." John blocked a haymaker with one forearm, the impact shaking the sky. "I'm giving you room to learn, Kara. Control is the lesson today." She snarled, frustration mixing with determination. "I don't need kid gloves. Stop holding back." The words hung in the air for a split second. John's grin faded into something sharper, more serious. His eyes narrowed. "All right," he said quietly. "You asked for it." He vanished in a streak of white, reappearing behind her. Before she could turn, his fist slammed into her back with controlled but devastating force. The blow launched her forward like a cannonball, sending her crashing through several cloud layers. Kara twisted mid-fall, righting herself and charging back. John met her head-on. Their collision created a shockwave after shockwave. He caught her wrist in mid-punch, twisted it, and threw her upwards. She broke his grip, spun around, and slammed both heels into his chest. He took the hit, sliding back just a few yards before answering with a lightning-charged uppercut that whipped her head back and sent her shooting upward even higher. He pressed the attack relentlessly. Every block she managed came with a cost. A knee to the ribs, an elbow to the jaw, a palm strike that rattled her teeth. She fought back fiercely, landing a few solid hits that actually made him grunt. But John was faster, stronger, and his defense was almost unbreakable. He battered her defenses down piece by piece. A brutal hook caught her across the cheek, spinning her in the air. She tasted blood, and her vision blurred for a moment. Another hit to her stomach made her double over. She gasped, trying to push through the pain. John hovered in front of her, breathing steady. "Still want me to keep going?" Kara wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her eyes burned with defiance, and something else. Heat built behind them, pressure mounting until it felt like her skull was on fire. "Yes," she rasped. "Don't you dare stop." John lunged. His fist came straight for her face. That was when it happened. Her eyes glowed bright red. Twin beams of searing heat vision erupted from her pupils in uncontrolled bursts. The crimson beams sliced across the sky, missing John by inches as he twisted aside at the last second. The beams carved glowing trails through the clouds, vaporizing moisture in explosive hisses before they faded. Kara closed her eyes and put her palms over her face as she suddenly felt too exhausted. What the hell was that?" John flew closer. "Heat vision," he said. "Looks like the real power's starting to wake up." Kara opened her eyes and stared at her hands, then back at him. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, adrenaline still pumping. The earlier confusion in her heart mixed with this new rush of raw power. She felt raw, exposed, but also alive in a way she hadn't since arriving on Earth. She let out a shaky laugh. "I almost barbecued you." Meanwhile, Gotham, Harley stood before one of her old warehouses. She has finally tracked down Leslie Willis, aka Livewire, and her old team. Harley slipped through the old service tunnel behind the busted soda factory, tapping the brick in just the right pattern before sliding the hidden latch. The The steel door clicked open with a familiar groan. She grinned to herself and stepped inside. The hideout looked almost the same as she remembered. Same brick walls. Same low ceiling with exposed pipes. The difference was that it didn't smell like gunpowder and regret anymore. Somebody had cleaned up. There were 2 long couches pushed together, actual beds along the far wall, decent lighting, a humming fridge, a tiny kitchen set up with mismatched cabinets, and a massive flat screen bolted to the brick. It felt less like a crime bunker and more like a chaotic group therapy center. Leslie Willis lounged across one couch with her boots propped on the armrest, electric blue hair glowing faintly under the lights. Pamela Isley sat cross-legged on the floor near a cluster of potted plants that definitely had not been there before. Caitlin Snow leaned against the counter, sipping something cold enough to frost the glass. Miracle Molly sprawled upside down in a recliner. Helena Bertinelli stood near the wall with arms crossed, watching everything like she expected a sniper to burst through the ceiling. Harley stepped fully into the room and threw her arms wide. Well, if it ain't Sparky, Red, Snow Cone, Techno Bunny, and Crossbow Barbie all under one cozy little roof. Leslie rolled her eyes but smirked. You're late, Quinns. Pamela didn't look up. You called this emergency-level dramatic, Harley. I was in the middle of convincing a hedge fund manager to donate his entire portfolio to rainforest preservation. Caitlin raised a brow. I rescheduled my nail appointment for this. Molly spun the recliner once with her foot. I paused a brainwave immersion experiment for this. That thing took 12 hours to stabilize. Helena's gaze narrowed slightly. You said life-changing. Harley clutched her chest. Wow. No hacks. No applause. Not even a tiny bit of Harley. You look fabulous tonight. Oh, my poor heart. Leslie flicked a spark off her fingertip that fizzed against the ceiling. Talk before I start charging by the hour. Harley dropped into the center of the room and kicked her boots off dramatically. She paced once in a slow circle, building tension the way she used to before pulling a trigger on a punchline. Okay, so hypothetical question. Helena sighed quietly. Harley ignored it. What if I told you there's a place out there where metas aren't hunted like stray cats? Where magic is normal? Where you can blow up half a block in a training session and the government sends you a fruit basket instead of a task force to catch you and later put a bomb in your head. Oh, and you get your personal house for free. As long as you don't do anything naughty or try to steal my man or weirdly look at Maureen because she's blue. I mean, Ivy is green, so you two will get along really well. Wait, that came out wrong on so many levels like a racist thing. You get the gist, right? Caitlin lowered her glass slightly. That sounds fake. It ain't fake. Harley shot back quickly. It's real. Pamela's eyes finally lifted, green and sharp. Kondak. Harley grinned widely. Ding, ding, ding. Mother Nature wins a gold star. Leslie let out a low whistle. You're talking about your boyfriend? Harley pointed a finger at her. Bingo. You do remember that he nearly killed me back then, right? You were trying to kill Soups with Metallo and that giant bimbo, Harley countered. What did you expect, a medal? Besides, you are the one who attacked him first when he went to check on you after throwing Soups out of Earth. You short-circuited after you crashed into that water tank? Rings a bell. Helena finally pushed off the wall. She's got a point. Leslie looked between them, then clicked her tongue. Fine. Continue your sales pitch before I change my mind. Pamela rose to her feet. Kondak is rebuilding entire ecosystems in months. I have felt it and everyone has seen the news. Deserts are turning green. Water tables are stabilizing. That level of terraforming requires either terrifying magic or serious long-term vision. Harley's grin softened just a little. Both. Our vision is to transform Kondak into a technomagic nation and transform the entire desert into a beautiful green place. We are already 55% done with Amazon's help and our magic. Then, let's just say, John has big plans for the future. Pamela tilted her head. If I even considered relocating, I would need space. I want a greenhouse that stretches for acres. I want controlled humidity zones and rare species protected from corporate idiots and government flamethrowers. Harley's smile turned slow and satisfied. Funny you should say that. Johnny actually wants you running the entire environmental department. Full authority and budget that makes billionaires cry. You'd oversee Magic Mountain, the reserves, the agricultural expansions, all of it. Pamela blinked once. Entire department? She asked carefully. Whole thing, Harley confirmed. He said, and I quote, "If Ivy wants the planet greener, give her the tools and get out of the way. And as long as she doesn't break down the cities to raise forests and create plant monsters that could hurt my people, I'm good." That was what Pamela needed to hear. Her lips curved into a dangerous, pleased smile. I would require full legal autonomy and zero interference from foreign governments. You'd get it, Harley replied without hesitation. Kondak answers to Kondak. Pamela nodded once. Then I am in. Leslie sat up straighter. You just decided like that? Pamela looked at her calmly. I am tired of fighting for scraps in a world that refuses to evolve. If there is a place willing to let nature lead, I will cultivate it. Harley clapped her hands excitedly. Yes. Okay. One genius plant queen secured. She turned toward Caitlin. Snowcone, you always wanted to use your power for good, but the government and Waller keep getting in your way, and now they branded you as a villain for escaping their head bombs. Caitlin looked thoughtful, frost creeping slightly along the rim of her glass. Harley shrugged casually. We're planning on establishing a hero gang, like Justice League and JSA. So what do you say? Want to give the life of a hero a chance? Caitlin's lips twitched upward. Tempting. Harley pivoted dramatically toward Miracle Molly. And as for you, Techno Bunny. Molly stopped spinning the recliner and flipped upright in one fluid motion. Harley leaned forward with a mischievous glint in her eye. You think you can repair a smashed-up Kryptonian ship and make it brand new? Silence filled the room. Molly's eyes went wide. She shot to her feet so fast the chair tipped backward. Kryptonian ship? She breathed, practically vibrating with excitement. You have alien hardware sitting around and you are just now telling me this information? Harley wiggled her brows. It's in a pretty banged-up situation. Cracked hull, fried systems. Been through a dimensional tantrum. John wants it restored. Molly pressed both hands to her temples like she was containing an explosion. Do you understand what that means? That is beyond Wayne Tech, LexCorp, and even my tech. That is centuries ahead of our current material science. Leslie leaned forward with a grin. You're drooling. I am inspired, Molly corrected quickly. That is interstellar architecture with quantum navigation and bioresponsive circuitry. If I can gain access to the main database, then... She paused for a moment before saying, well, yang. Even I can't calculate. Harley folded her arms smugly. So that's a yes? Molly grabbed Harley by the shoulders. When do we leave? Helena shook her head, though a faint smile touched her mouth. You're seriously recruiting us for a magical nation run by your boyfriend. Harley met her gaze evenly. I'm offering you a place where nobody sticks a bomb in your head and tells you to get out there and fight for us till death. A place where we get to decide who we are. The room grew quieter after that. Leslie exhaled slowly. And what's the catch? Harley's expression softened, sincerity cutting through the theatrics. The catch is simple. You don't hurt innocent people. You don't pull Gotham nonsense over there. You build instead of burn. Pamela glanced at the others. Caitlin looked intrigued. Molly looked like she had already mentally packed. Helena remained cautious but less rigid than before. Leslie stared at the faint spark dancing across her fingertip. Finally, Leslie smirked. Free house. No bombs in my head. And I get to cut loose without Waller breathing down my neck? Harley nodded.
Plus descend coffee.
I made sure of that one. Leslie stood up. All right, Quinns. I'll visit. And tell your boyfriend not to punch me again because I ain't trying to kill anyone and I haven't committed any crime in the last few months. Other than breaking a vending machine or two and an ATM. Harley beamed proudly. He likes you already. You tried to kill him once. That's practically a bonding experience. I'm pretty sure I didn't try to kill him. He just appeared out of nowhere and... Leslie flicked her hand as if she was trying to remember something. I can't remember. I must have panicked. Anyway, I'll give it a shot. Well, it is what it is. So, Harley opened her arms wide open. You gals ready to give this new life a shot? Helena sighed. I don't have much to do here anyway, so might as well give it a shot. Everyone nodded. Great, let's go. 1 month later, life in Kondak had settled into something that almost felt ordinary, if ordinary included flying patrols and glowing runes woven into the skyline. Harley's old crew had adjusted faster than anyone expected, mostly because they finally had space to breathe without someone tracking their heartbeats through a detonator chip. Pamela had already claimed a massive stretch of land on the edge of Magic Mountain, where greenhouses stretched like crystal cathedrals. Exotic plants curled along golden frames, vines thicker than a man's arm coiling around marble arches. She even mutated some plants to use them as border guards. If anyone somehow breaks past the magic barrier, they will be attacked by hundreds of mutated monsters that are capable of insane regeneration. She walked those gardens every morning with dirt on her hands and a satisfied look in her eyes that Gotham had never managed to give her. The environmental department practically ran itself under her direction, and nobody questioned her methods as long as cities stayed intact and citizens remained unharmed. Leslie had taken over the national power grid with a grin that bordered on dangerous delight. Instead of draining Gotham block by block, she now powered entire districts cleanly through controlled electromagnetic systems that hummed like living creatures beneath the streets. When she got restless, she volunteered at the training grounds and helped young metas understand their limits without frying themselves into headlines. Caitlin rotated between medical research and field training. She also built a high-tech medical facility. She still had quiet days where she wondered if she deserved this second chance. But those doubts faded every time a patient walked out healed and smiling under her careful supervision. Everyone she saved thanked her, and some even hugged her. It made her smile more often. Miracle Molly had practically moved into the restored Kryptonian vessel, which now rested inside a reinforced hangar layered with magic seals and her own tech. The ship systems responded to her like they recognized a kindred mind, and she spent days mapping its bioresponsive circuits while muttering excited calculations to herself in 3 different languages. Every breakthrough lit her up like a kid discovering fireworks for the first time in her entire life. Helena stayed cautious, though she trained local security forces. She respected the structure John had built, and in return, she demanded excellence from anyone wearing the kingdom's insignia. Slowly, her shoulders relaxed as days passed without betrayal or manipulation lurking behind every closed door in the capital. Out beyond the main capital, Kara trained hard. Her heat vision had started as wild flashes of panic and raw instinct, carving red scars through the clouds whenever emotion spiked too high inside her chest. Now she hovered in the sky, focusing on distant stone targets etched with precision markings. Thin beams of controlled crimson light sliced forward in steady lines, cutting clean circles instead of explosive trenches across the horizon. She lowered her gaze carefully, inhaled, and exhaled a slow stream of frozen breath that crystallized the air into shimmering frost patterns. Clark Kent had spent several afternoons with her, walking her through the rhythm of breath control and emotional balance that came with Kryptonian physiology. He had shown her how to treat her lungs like engines and her mind like a regulator, something steady and intentional instead of reactive and overwhelmed. The first time she formed a controlled wave of ice across a practice field without losing balance, she laughed so loudly that even the guards applauded from a distance. Kara still felt that confusing flutter in her chest whenever John praised her progress, though now she could separate admiration from distraction enough to keep her lasers from slicing through mountain ranges. The turtles eventually headed back to New York after weeks of food, sunlight, and relative peace that felt surreal compared to sewer patrols and alien invasions. They left with upgraded gear, enchanted armor, and a standing invitation that promised open skies and no judgment whenever they needed a break from urban chaos again. Virgil and his circle returned to Dakota City with stories that sounded exaggerated even to their own ears. Static had spent late nights sparring with Kondak's trainees, testing electromagnetic tricks against magic-infused defenses that challenged him in new ways. His family carried home souvenirs, and John promised to send them enchanted fruits from time to time. As for John, he found enough time to spend with Harley, Maureen, and Hippolyta. And his relationship with Hippolyta developed over time, though they were yet to continue their unfinished conversation from back then when Kara's ship first crashed. Evenings found him walking palace gardens beside Hippolyta, their conversations stretching far beyond politics or alliances. They spoke about leadership as a burden and as a privilege, about centuries of responsibility pressing on her shoulders and the sudden weight of divinity that had landed on his. She told him stories of ancient wars and Amazon traditions, and he shared memories of prison dust and second chances clawed from impossible depths. They trained together as well, steel meeting divine lightning in controlled clashes that echoed across private courtyards. Hippolyta respected strength that did not seek domination, and John admired a queen who had ruled long enough to know when to evolve rather than cling to rigid tradition. Some nights they simply sat beneath lantern light, wine untouched as conversation carried them through quiet laughter and thoughtful silences that felt earned rather than forced. And most of the time, Harley and Maureen would join them. Well, the wine bottle somehow became empty, and Harley refused to admit that it was she who chugged the whole bottle. The four of them had claimed their usual spot on the wide stone balcony overlooking the capital's glowing skyline. Lanterns bobbed gently in the warm night breeze, casting soft pools of amber across the low table where an empty wine bottle stood like an accusation nobody wanted to own up to. Harley sprawled across a pile of cushions with her legs kicked up on the armrest, one red and black sneaker dangling lazily. Maureen sat cross-legged beside her, while Hippolyta occupied the chair opposite John with the kind of regal posture that made even casual lounging look ceremonial. John leaned against the balustrade, arms folded, watching the whole scene unfold like he already knew exactly how this was going to play out. Harley lifted the bottle by the neck and turned it upside down, giving it a dramatic little shake. Not a single drop fell. She squinted at the bottom like it had personally insulted her family. "Okay, listen up, your majesticalness and Mr. Glowy Crown," she announced, waving the bottle around so the glass caught lantern light in accusing flashes. "I got zero clue how this happened. Zero. Zilch. Nada. This thing was full maybe 10 minutes ago. I swear on my favorite mallet. And my second favorite mallet. And the little backup one I keep in my sock drawer just in case." Maureen raised one eyebrow, lips twitching. "You mean the sock drawer that currently contains 3 grenades, a whoopee cushion, and half a pizza? Pizza in drawer?" John looked at Harley with an eyebrow raised. "Why?" Harley froze mid-gesture with the bottle still dangling from her fingers, then flashed the widest, most innocent grin she could muster while her eyes sparkled with zero actual innocence. "Pizza in the drawer is premium emergency rations, hubby," she explained, like this was the most obvious thing in the universe. "Night snack supreme. You know how it is. 3 a.m. Tummy rumbles hit. Palace kitchens all the way down 3 flights of fancy stairs. Red's plants start looking at you funny when you raid the fridge in fuzzy bunny slippers at dark 30. So I just stash a slice or 6 between missions. Keeps the hangries away and saves me from having to explain to the royal chef why I needed to deep fry a whole wheel of cheese at 4 in the morning." Maureen snorted into her glass, barely keeping the wine from coming back out of her nose. Hippolyta tilted her head, studying Harley the way scholars study ancient scrolls that refuse to make sense. John said nothing at first. He simply pointed one finger at the rim of the empty bottle still swinging in Harley's grip. A perfect crescent of neon pink lipstick hugged the glass exactly where her mouth had been. The same violent bubblegum shade is currently painted across her smirk. Harley followed his finger, looked at the mark, looked back at him, then very slowly rotated the bottle so the evidence faced away from everyone like that would make it disappear. John stood up and stepped forward, took the bottle out of her hand without breaking eye contact, and brought the rim to his tongue. He tasted it and paused. Hum. nodded once like a detective who'd just cracked the case of the century. "Fruity," he announced, voice low and amused. "Same as always." Before Harley could launch into another round of beautiful nonsense, he closed the distance, grabbed her wrist and tugged. She yelped in delighted surprise as he dragged her to his chair and pulled her into his lap. Her legs automatically hooked over the armrest, sneakers kicking the air once for dramatic effect. John cupped the back of her neck with one hand, tilted her face up, and kissed her slow enough that everyone on the balcony got a front row seat to the whole performance. Harley made a tiny, happy noise against his mouth, fingers curling into his shirt like she was claiming territory. They kissed for a few minutes as John tasted her mouth and lips. When he finally pulled back just far enough to speak, their noses were still brushing. "Fruity," he repeated, deadpan. "Exactly the same taste. Mystery solved. Harles. Case closed. You're under arrest for grand theft vino." Harley threw her head back and cackled so loud it bounced off the marble columns. "You can't prove nothing, copper. That lipstick mark could belong to anybody. Could have been Maureen. She's sneaky like that." Maureen lifted both hands in immediate surrender. "Leave me out of your crime spree. My lips are cherry chapstick neutral tonight. I have standards." Hippolyta watched the entire exchange with the patient expression of someone who had ruled for centuries and still somehow found herself surrounded by chaos gremlins. She finally spoke, voice warm with suppressed laughter. "If this is how justice works in your kingdom, my love, I fear our courts will never recover." Harley twisted around in John's lap so she could point dramatically at Hippolyta. "See? She's on my side. Solidarity, sister. Free the grape juice felon." John tightened his arm around her waist before she could launch herself into another grand escape attempt. "You're not going anywhere till we figure out where the rest of that bottle wandered off to. Might be evidence. Could be a whole conspiracy." "Pineapple pizza level serious." Harley gasped theatrically and clutched her chest. "You take that back right now, mister. Hawaiian slices are a gift from the gods." "Fight me." "Already did," John murmured against her ear. "You're still sitting in my lap, ain't ya? Besides, I remember back when we were running the pizza joint, you fought a group just because they asked for pineapple pizza." Harley whistled, trying to look away from his face. "I don't know what you are talking about." "Really? And here I thought I'd carry you into the bedroom and have my way with you, maybe even punish you for being a bad girl." "Sad," John said with a smirk. "I chugged it," Harley confessed instantly. "Now punish me." "Haha, I knew it," John said out loud. He looked at Maureen. "I think she needs another one of your famous ice baths. Let's dump her in the icy pool." Maureen's eyes sparkled. Her body was already radiating cold energy. "Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this day for so long." Harley grinned so wide her dimples threatened to start their own zip code, then leaned in and stole another quick kiss before anyone could object. Then she flew out of John's grasp. "Blee!" She stuck out her tongue and pulled her left eye down with her finger. "Catch me if you can, slowpokes." She shot out into the sky. The trio stood up. Hippolyta cracked her knuckles. "It's been a while since I've chased someone for fun. Are you thinking what I am thinking?" Maureen asked John. He nodded. "Oh yeah, game on." Washington, D.C. Waller's house. Amanda Waller stood in her kitchen at 6 in the morning, reading a secure report on her tablet while the coffee machine hissed behind her. It had been 2 smooth, uneventful, and beautifully productive months. Funding cleared quickly after she presented her projections to the Oversight Committee. Black budgets expanded, equipment upgrades were approved, and recruitment pipelines widened. The new task force, unofficially labeled Task Force Echo, was already operational. Volatile metas capable of leveling city blocks now wore compliance bracelets connected to microdetonators woven into their spinal implants. Every one of them understood the arrangement. Follow the order and die, or survive 50/50% or not follow the order and die 100%. She had not activated a single device in the last 2 months. That alone confirmed the process had worked exactly as intended. The kitchen lights switched on as Martin wandered in with messy hair and a half-buttoned school uniform. Jesse followed him, already arguing about a math quiz. Coretta entered behind them, clutching a history book and muttering about a presentation on Cold War strategy. Waller lowered the tablet and studied them with the same controlled focus she used in war rooms. "You finish your homework?" she asked, her eyes still scanning the report. "Yes, ma'am," Martin said quickly. "Mostly," Jessie added, rolling her eyes. "I added more sources like you said," Coretta said. "Good," Waller replied. "Preparation prevents weakness." She poured coffee into a mug. Her phone vibrated. An encrypted channel. He tapped the screen. A holographic projection appeared above the counter. General Lane's face appeared, stern and already irritated. "We lost 3 potential recruits to Kondak," he said without greeting. Waller took a slow sip of coffee. "Define lost." "They declined federal custody and relocated voluntarily. Kondak offered asylum and employment." "Data." The files arrived instantly. She skimmed them in seconds. Their powers: electrokinetic, biokinetic, and pyrokinesis. They were all young and unstable, but ideal for controlled containment. She released a quiet breath. "Kondak is becoming a magnet," Lane said. "We're seeing chatter online, forums, and underground meta-networks. Word is spreading that it's safe there for metas and that they are giving them a chance to use their power for something good instead of hiding in fear or doing crimes." Waller set her mug down. "Safety is a story people choose to believe. Stories can be dismantled." Lane leaned closer to the camera. "You want clearance to escalate." "I want flexibility," she said. The line went silent for a moment. "You already have your squad," Lane said. "Yes," Waller replied. "And I am assembling another." Upstairs, Coretta shouted that someone had taken her charger. Martin immediately denied it. Jessie accused both of them. Waller kept her voice level. "Children, resolve it in 30 seconds. Otherwise, every device in this house is confiscated for a week." The argument stopped at once. Lane watched the exchange with a look that hovered somewhere between discomfort and reluctant respect. "You really haven't had to lean on Enchantress lately. Don't you think it's time to use her power to force the other metas into submission under ARGUS?" he asked. Waller's eyes shifted briefly toward the box on the dining table. She had not opened it in months, because circumstances had not required it. "Magic is leverage," Waller said evenly. "Leverage is only spent when the board demands it." "And does the board demand it?" Lane asked. "Not yet." She ended the call and remained in the quiet kitchen. Everything was working perfectly according to her plans. That was the problem. When operations ran this clean, something was brewing somewhere else. Power never stayed balanced for long. Kondak's rise was too fast and with far too much unity behind it. A nation shaped by magic and backed by a near-god who had already demonstrated the ability to defy demons, modern weapons, near Superman-level power, or maybe more. Get the Amazons and foreign governments under control without hesitation was not a historical anomaly. It was a structural threat. In public briefings, she described him as a stabilizing force. In her internal projections, she treated him as an accelerating variable. In 60% of modeled futures, Kondak became untouchable within 5 years. In 30%, it fractured the geopolitical framework entirely. In the remaining scenarios, it replaced the existing order. Those were not outcomes she could afford to leave unmanaged. Her children ran down the stairs moments later, backpacks slung over their shoulders. "Mom, can you sign this?" Jessie asked, holding out a permission slip. Waller scanned it and signed immediately. "The bus arrives in 4 minutes," she said. They left in a blur of sneakers, raised voices, and restless teenage energy. The door closed. The house settled. Waller walked down the hallway toward the table and touched the box. She narrowed her eyes. For some reason, she felt a strange uneasiness that she couldn't pinpoint. She pressed her thumb on the biometric scanner and then opened the box. Her eyes widened as she stumbled back in fear. The box was empty. At that exact moment, The kitchen tile shattered right beneath her feet. A thin, dark line shot across the floor like spilled ink, creeping up the cabinets and onto the ceiling. The walls seemed to ripple. The morning light streaming through the window fractured into sharp shards, as if the entire house had been made of glass and someone had just slammed a hammer right through it. Waller didn't scream. She took one step back, her eyes darting around for a way out that wasn't there anymore. The refrigerator split open, its parts floating away in pieces. The table dissolved into floating splinters of wood. The sound warped into a low, heavy hum that pressed down on her head. Then, everything broke apart at once. The world folded in on itself like a mirror cracking in slow motion. And suddenly, she found herself standing somewhere completely different in her office clothes. The air felt off right away. It was cold, but not a normal kind of cold. It slithered over her skin, feeling like damp fingers. The ground beneath her boots was smooth and black, reflecting like oil, but it was solid. A green haze clung to everything, thick and sickly looking. It swallowed up the distance and blurred the horizon into a smudged shadow. Overhead, a huge moon hung low and bloated, washing the landscape in red light. It gave off a faint pulse, as if something alive and watching was up there. Waller inhaled once. Her breath fogged in front of her face. Silence pressed in from every direction. Then the voice came. It did not travel through the air, pressed directly against her mind. "You just had to open it, didn't you?" The voice boomed, layered and distorted, like multiple tones speaking through the same throat. "You could have had a life where everything goes according to your plan, but you just had to open it." Waller planted her feet wider, shoulders squared, refusing to let the cold or the voice shake her posture. She scanned the area for movement, any telltale shimmer that might betray the edges of whatever construct this was. Her right hand flexed instinctively toward the spot where her sidearm should have been, but of course, nothing was there. "How the hell did you take the heart?" she asked, voice flat and controlled even though fury simmered underneath every syllable. "And how long?" A low laugh rolled across the sky. The ground beneath her rippled like disturbed water. "You think this is about time?" The voice replied, almost amused. "You think this is about my heart?" Waller clenched her fists. The enchantress. Of course, it was her. Either this was an illusion inside her own mind, or she had been dragged into a pocket reality stitched together by ancient magic. She could not feel the weight of her body the way she normally did. Her balance felt slightly off, like gravity here had opinions of its own. "You removed the heart from containment," Waller said calmly. "That means you've either breached my vault physically or you've bypassed it metaphysically. Or someone else freed you." The red moon flickered. A shape began forming ahead of her. First, it looked like smoke. Then it thickened into a silhouette of a woman, tall and slender, hair flowing upward as if underwater. Green energy bled from her eyes and curled around her limbs like living serpents. Her body was covered in ancient runes. "You always reduce everything to mechanisms," the voice said again, now clearly coming from the figure. "Locks, vaults, control systems. You truly believe you own what you cage." Waller crossed her arms slowly. "You are bound to the heart," she said. "You don't move without it." Then she pointed at her chest. "If you really have your heart, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. You're evil incarnate. You'd have started an apocalypse and died by either Dr. Fate's hand or John's." The figure tilted her head. "Are you certain?" The ground cracked open beneath Waller's boots. Hands made of shadow burst upward and clawed at her legs. She did not flinch. She stepped aside, forcing the shadows to grasp at empty space. "If this is a psychological intimidation attempt," Waller continued evenly, "you should know I have endured interrogation techniques that make this look like a carnival ride." The enchantress laughed again, louder this time, but suddenly stopped. Her expression turned serious. "Evil incarnate, you say?" Enchantress said in a layered voice. "What made you think that I am evil? Did I hurt anyone after the seal was broken? Did I kill June? Did I unleash an apocalypse upon this world after I got out? No. She blinked, appeared before Waller and looked into her eyes. Waller could feel her cold breath and the intense energy pressing down on her. You, who have enslaved your own kind, are the real evil reincarnate. She grabbed Waller's throat and pulled her up in the air. Cug! Waller struggled to breathe as she felt the insane grip on her throat. Info dump. I'm pretty sure not many knows these facts about Waller. Waller's worldview was shaped by the murder of her husband and 2 eldest children by street criminals. This tragedy caused her to lose faith in traditional justice and vigilantes, including heroes like Batman, pushing her to take personal control of public safety. Joe Waller Jr., son Amanda's eldest son, was killed first, during a mugging gone wrong while he was on his way to college on a basketball scholarship. Demita Waller, daughter 6 months later, her daughter was R.A*Ed and murdered in an alleyway while returning home from church. The killer was a local criminal and drug dealer known as Candyman. Joseph Waller, husband. After the police failed to get a conviction against Candyman due to a lack of witnesses, Joseph set out to take the law into his own hands. He tracked down Candyman, and the 2 men killed each other in a gunfight. Waller's feet kicked once against empty air as Enchantress held her up like she weighed nothing at all. The green glow in the witch's eyes brightened until it burned almost white. You know, Enchantress whispered, her voice layered and echoing inside Waller's skull. Killing you is so easy. All it takes is a little snap of my fingers, and your neck breaks like dry twigs in winter. Her grip tightened just enough to make the threat believable. But where is the fun in that? She asked softly, almost bored. Green arcane magic crawled out of Enchantress's arm like living smoke. It slid across her fingers and seeped into Waller's throat, then into her chest. The energy did not burn at first. It felt cold and invasive, like ice water filling her veins. Waller's body went rigid as the magic pushed deeper, threading through muscle, bone, and nerve. Waller forced herself to keep eye contact. The green energy pulsed once inside Waller's chest. I curse your soul, Enchantress said, her voice now resonating through the entire red sky. From this moment forward, every time you hurt or kill someone who doesn't deserve it, every time your actions cause suffering directly or indirectly, you will feel it. Waller's eyes narrowed despite the pressure crushing her airway. You will feel immense pain, Enchantress continued. Pain so severe that you will beg for death. Pain that will tear through your nerves and grind against your bones. Pain that no doctor can numb and no machine can filter. The magic flared brighter. No modern science or technology will remove this curse. As long as I live, the curse lives inside you. The energy surged deeper. Waller gasped as it hit something fundamental inside her. It was not physical. It felt like hooks digging into her mind and anchoring there. For the first time in years, something flickered behind her eyes that almost looked like fear. Almost. Enchantress leaned closer until their foreheads nearly touched. You believe control makes you righteous, she whispered. You cage monsters and call it protection. You detonate lives and call it a necessary sacrifice. Now you will carry every scream with you. The green glow sank fully into Waller's body. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Then it began. A sharp spike of agony exploded behind Waller's eyes. Felt like molten metal pouring down her spine. Her muscles locked. A strangled sound tore from her throat before she could stop it. The pain spread outward in waves, as if invisible blades were carving through her nerves one by one. Images flooded her mind. Task Force Echo recruits signing compliance forms with shaking hands. Detonator implants sliding into spines under surgical lights. Families were left behind when operations went wrong. Not everyone she killed deserved death. The pain intensified with each memory, feeding on cause and consequence like fuel. Waller screamed in pain. Enchantress released her. Waller hit the dark, reflective ground hard, landing on one knee. Her hands braced against the surface as she tried to breathe through the fire tearing through her body. Sweat beaded along her hairline. Her vision blurred, then sharpened again. The agony lasted only seconds, felt like hours. Then it stopped as suddenly as it began. Waller stayed where she was, chest rising and falling in controlled rhythm. She forced her breathing steady. Enchantress floated above her, watching with quiet interest. "Consider that a sample," she said. "A reminder." Waller slowly stood. Her legs trembled once before she locked them firm. "You think this changes anything?" Waller said, voice rough. "Yes, it changes everything. You cannot kill me," Enchantress added calmly. "You cannot contain me again. If you attempt to harm me, the curse will answer. If your agents try to harm, the curse will answer. If your choices bring suffering, the curse will answer." The green haze thickened around them. "You will either learn restraint," Enchantress finished, "or you will drown in your own consequences." "Was it John?" Waller asked. Enchantress's eyes widened a bit. "Your expression says it all." "Ha ha ha," Waller said with a little laughter that made even Enchantress flinch a bit. Waller never laughs, not even in her dreams. "You thought you were free, but in the end, someone much worse and far more powerful than me holds your reins in his hand. The moment you slip up and trust me, you'll slip up because it's your nature. He'll kill you on the spot. Congratulations, you just got transferred from a regular prison to a hellish prison." Enchantress threw her head back and laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. It rolled across the red sky like cracking stone, echoing in layers that did not match the movement of her mouth. The black ground trembled faintly beneath Waller's boots as the sound carried through the warped landscape. The laughter stopped as suddenly as it had begun. "You really do believe you see the board clearly?" Enchantress said, her voice calmer now, almost conversational. "Just last night we were having this exact discussion with John. He told me you would say something along those lines. He even predicted the tone you would use." Waller's jaw tightened slightly, though her posture remained rigid. "He said you would assume I traded one prison for another," Enchantress continued, drifting slowly downward until her bare feet hovered inches above the dark surface. "He said you would try to reframe this as another leash, another set of chains, another power structure you could exploit if you found the right pressure point." A faint smirk touched her lips. "He was right about you." The green haze thickened around them, curling at Waller's ankles like living mist. "But here is the truth you do not understand," Enchantress continued. "We made a deal, an unbroken magic pact that'd kill the one who breaks it, regardless of their status." Waller folded her arms again, though her pulse still carried echoes of that curse through her nerves. "Deals with gods rarely favor the mortal," she replied evenly. Enchantress's eyes flashed. "He will help me stabilize my unstable power and cleanse the darkness," she said. Her fingers lifted, green runes spinning slowly around her wrist. "Once it stabilizes, once the corruption is burned away, June and I will reach perfect synergy. Then I'll be able to manifest myself without possessing her as a separate entity, and she will have access to my power without any limits. Two souls in harmony." Waller watched her carefully. "And then?" she asked. Enchantress's gaze drifted upward toward the red moon. "Then we will witness my long-lost dream come to life." The sky pulsed faintly. The rise of a magic kingdom. The return of the old ways. A new age where technology no longer strangles the world. Steel towers and surveillance grids replaced by ley lines and living forests. Machines that hum with artificial life becoming relics of a fearful era. Her eyes lowered back to Waller. "I will help him achieve that dream." Waller's jaw tightened. "You intend to dismantle the global balance," she said. "You are talking about erasing infrastructure that keeps billions alive." "Your infrastructure keeps billions controlled," Enchantress replied calmly. "Tracked, tagged, and conditioned. John understands something you do not. Power can be built without enslaving. Magic can exist without devouring. Kondak proves it." Waller let out a low breath. "You think the world will surrender its infrastructure because you prefer runes to circuits," she said. Enchantress smiled slowly. I think the world bends toward power, she replied. It always has. Empires rose on steel and gunpowder, then oil and uranium, now code and satellites. Magic is simply older than all of it. Besides, what do you think humanity will choose if they were given the option to learn magic or continue to live as they are now? You can't be serious, Waller said. You're talking about handing magic to the general population like it's a public utility program. Her eyes locked onto Enchantress without blinking. If you give everyone magic, you are effectively turning everyone into metas. What do you think happens then? You think they meditate under moonlight and hold hands in forests? Her voice hardened. People fight over oil. They fight over borders. They fight over religion and ideology and resources. Give them arcane power and you magnify every one of those conflicts. Someone gets angry. Someone gets jealous. Someone panics. A spell misfires. A city burns. She took a deep breath. It's like handing every person on Earth a loaded gun and hoping they all suddenly grow wisdom at the same time, Waller continued. History does not support that optimism. Enchantress listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. Waller pressed on. You think you can regulate instinct, ambition, fear? She stepped forward slightly, ignoring the lingering ache crawling along her spine. You create 10,000 sorcerers and you will create 10,000 power struggles. Someone will want more. Someone will want control. Someone will decide they deserve to rule. Earth won't evolve. It'll burn. Enchantress did not flinch. You are afraid, she replied softly. You assume humanity is defined by its worst impulses because that is the part you built your career around. Waller's fingers curled slightly, though her expression stayed controlled. Everything has already been set into motion, Enchantress said. You and your mortal mind cannot even begin to comprehend the scale of his grand vision. The Earth, as it stands right now, will not be able to stop them no matter what moves you make. Waller's eyes widened a fraction. Them? She demanded. Who are them? For the first time, Enchantress did not answer immediately. Her gaze shifted slightly, as if looking past Waller toward something far beyond this twisted landscape. Waller took one slow step forward. Who are them? She repeated, firmer now. Enchantress ignored the question entirely. Everything John is doing, she said instead. Every alliance, every reform, every magical reinforcement woven into Kondak's foundation is preparation. He is not building a kingdom for ego. He is building a shield. You will know soon enough. I am pretty sure you will change your mind when that moment finally arrives. Until then, she raised one hand and flicked her finger. The red sky folded in on itself like wet paper tearing at the edges. The black ground beneath Waller's boots rippled and bent, pulling the whole landscape inward toward a single vanishing point. Colors bled together into streaks of violent green and crimson. The air grew heavy, pressing against Waller's skin as though the atmosphere itself had decided to squeeze. Enchantress watched the distortion spread with calm satisfaction. You just focus on how you are going to live through the pain. Reality folded. It was as if someone changed the TV channel. Waller gasped as she woke up. She looked around and found herself in a hospital room. Kondak. Morning. Ivy's garden had grown beautifully. Vines twisted around carved stone arches, and soft golden light came through layers of leaves above. The air smelled of fresh soil and blooming citrus, and the space felt quiet and separate from the city's noise outside the walls. John and Hippolyta walked slowly along a winding path between towering flowers that opened as they sensed approaching footsteps, their petals shifting with a faint, responsive shimmer. Their fingers were laced together, and her grip remained steady and warm in his. It's strange, John said quietly, his voice barely disturbing the calm around them. It feels like yesterday we were still arguing about war plans and demon invasions. Hippolyta's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. You were very direct with your intentions. I asked you to marry me in the same breath that I asked for an alliance, he said with a soft, self-aware laugh. Subtlety was clearly not one of my strengths that day. You were honest, she replied. That I was, he nodded. They passed a cluster of luminous blue orchids that pulsed gently. In the distance, several young metas trained under Maureen's and Leslie's supervision, their abilities flashing in controlled bursts, and they looked like they were enjoying the training session. More arrive every week, Hippolyta said. They are young, frightened, and sometimes angry, and many of them are simply exhausted from hiding for so long. John nodded as he watched the distant figures. Most of them only want the chance to live without being hunted. And in the process, she said, glancing toward the far hills where new barracks stood discreetly beyond the trees. Our collective strength continues to grow, he answered with a thoughtful hum. My goal has never been conquest or expansion. I care about building a place that protects people and gives them stability. I understand that, she said softly. Still, any gathering of trained and loyal defenders becomes a force in its own right, and one shaped by trust endures far longer than one held together by fear. They reached the heart of the garden, where a massive tree rose like a living monument at the center of the grounds. Its trunk was so wide that even 5 people standing hand in hand could not have encircled it. They sat beneath its shade. For a while, neither of them spoke, and the quiet settled naturally between them. Hippolyta leaned her head against his shoulder. You are neither a selfish person nor a bad person, she said softly. John went still at the sound of her words, his eyes widening as he realized how tightly he had been holding something inside himself. The tension in his chest loosened slowly, like armor being unfastened one careful piece at a time, and he drew in a shallow breath as the weight finally began to lift. She continued in the same calm voice. When you asked me to marry you the first time we met, I was awed and flattered by your confidence. I was also desperate for your help. My people were facing dangers I could not ignore, and you stood before me like a force of nature, offering protection when I had nowhere else to turn. She shifted closer, her fingers tightening gently around his hand as if anchoring herself to the thought. But after spending all this time with you, and with everyone here, I started to see something deeper than power. I saw patience and restraint. I saw a man who carries so much responsibility even though he doesn't need to. John swallowed, his throat tightening as he listened. The way you care for everyone and place their needs ahead of your own, she said, her voice growing even softer, means more to me than you realize. I love the quiet strength you show when no one is watching. I love the small moments we share without crowns or armies surrounding us. When we walk side by side and speak honestly, and when the world feels simple for a while. She lifted her face just enough to look at him. It makes my heart beat faster, she admitted. His breath left him slowly as the words settled in. For someone who could punch through mountains, that confession hit harder than any blow, and he was really happy. So no, she finished gently. You are not a selfish or bad person. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that, he admitted quietly. Back when I proposed, I was thinking about survival, strategy, and alliances. I told myself it was both for Kondak and for your people. He looked down at their joined hands. Part of me worried that I treated you like a political move, like a chess piece. Hippolyta lifted her head and turned toward him fully. If I felt used, I would not be sitting here, she said firmly. I have ruled long enough to know the difference between manipulation and partnership and love. Her gaze softened. You never once tried to control me or diminish the Miskara, and you helped us get out of the old ways and end our tragic past. He met her eyes. I was scared, he said honestly. Not of you, of failing everyone, of becoming the tyrant people expect when someone gains this much power. You fear becoming a monster, she said. Yeah, he replied. Every day. She reached up and cupped his cheek with her palm. That fear is precisely why you will not become one. The wind shifted above them, leaves rustling softly. You carry power without hunger for domination, she continued. You build homes and offer second chances. You listen to people who were once called villains and guided them out of their darkness. A faint smile curved her lips. You even tolerate Harley's chaos with patience that rivals the gods. He laughed under his breath. That one takes effort sometimes. I know. The confession came out simple and certain, like something he had carried inside his chest for months and finally let go. Hippolyta's eyes searched his for only a heartbeat longer, then softened completely. She tilted her face upward at the same moment he leaned down, closing the small distance between them without hurry. Their lips met in the first real kiss they had ever shared. It started soft, careful, the way two people who had waded through battles and rebuilding and long nights of doubt might finally allow themselves to touch. Her mouth was warm and yielding against his, tasting faintly of the citrus blossoms that drifted on the breeze around them. John's hand slid from her cheek to the back of her neck, fingers threading gently into her hair, as he deepened the kiss just enough to let her feel how long he had wanted this. She answered without hesitation, pressing closer, one arm sliding around his shoulders, while the other stayed locked with his hand between them. The world narrowed to the slow slide of lips, the shared breath, the steady rhythm of hearts that had learned to beat near each other through every kind of storm. Neither of them rushed nor pulled away. They simply stayed there under the great tree, letting the kiss stretch and settle until it felt like the most natural thing in the world. When they finally parted, it was only far enough to rest their foreheads together again. John's thumb brushed lightly along the line of her jaw, and a small, almost disbelieving smile tugged at his mouth. That, he murmured, was worth every single second we waited. It was, she agreed, and kissed him once more, quick and sweet this time. Meanwhile, far away in space, the tear ripped across the black expanse like a wound in reality itself, jagged edges of violet light spitting and crackling before it yawned wide enough to swallow stars. 6 enormous vessels flew out in tight formation, hulls scarred from battles, engines burning cold blue fire that left long trails of distorted space behind them. The 7th ship, trailing at the rear, caught the collapsing edge of the rift. Metal screamed as the tier snapped shut around its midsection, shearing the vessel in half. A silent fireball bloomed and died in the vacuum, debris scattering in slow, graceful arcs. Inside the lead ship, the bridge was lit only by the faint crimson glow of tactical displays and the cold starlight streaming through the forward viewport. The command chair sat elevated at the center, a throne of matte black alloy and subtle red accents. The man occupying it wore a fitted black suit that looked almost ceremonial, cut sharp at the shoulders and chest. A bold crimson S dominated the center of his torso. He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the arms of the chair, fingers steepled. His eyes tracked the drifting wreckage of the lost ship for only a moment before dismissing it. A slow, satisfied grin spread across his face, revealing teeth that seemed too perfect for someone who had spent decades in a dimensionless prison. Finally, he said with an arrogant smile, out of the phantom zone. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. He stood up. Find the nearest habitable planet, he ordered. Kara's room looked like a messy clothing store mixed with a circus. Bright fabrics, leather straps, shiny masks, and strange accessories covered the bed in a big pile. Many outfits had bells, tassels, or big collars. Some items seemed more suited for a stage in Las Vegas than for a superhero's closet. Harley stood proudly beside the bed with her hands on her hips, grinning like a designer presenting a luxury fashion line. All right, rookie, she said with theatrical flair. Step 1 of hero life. You gotta look fabulous while saving people. Kara stared at the mountain of costumes with deep suspicion. Clark just wears his blue suit, cape and boots, she muttered. Harley waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, but he's been wearing the same outfit for decades. Fashion evolution exists for a reason. Kara folded her arms and looked down at a red and blue bodysuit with a familiar symbol stitched on the chest. Harley stitched that one last night. I'm not wearing that, Kara said firmly. Harley tilted her head. Why not? I don't want the same symbol, Kara replied while tossing it aside. I want my own identity. Harley squinted thoughtfully for a moment. Fair point, she admitted. Brand identity matters in the hero business. Kara reached into the pile again and lifted a black latex outfit with two very obvious holes cut into the chest area. She looked at Harley and raised one eyebrow slowly. "There are nipple holes. What the hell do you two do in the bedroom?" she asked. Harley blinked once, then burst out laughing. She wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and tried to get her breathing under control. Okay, that one's from my experimental phase. Thought it might be fun for private performances. Spice things up when John's been brooding for 3 days straight about world-ending threats or whatever." Kara's face went through several interesting shades of red before settling on something close to horrified fascination. Private performances. Exactly. Harley took the dress from Kara and held it against her own body, turning sideways in an exaggerated model's pose. The chest cutouts lined up perfectly with dramatic theatrical flair. See? Strategic ventilation. Keeps everything perky while still looking dangerous. Very on-brand for me. Kara pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked." Harley leaned closer and lowered her voice like she was sharing an important secret. Throw a bra underneath and boom. MILF Dami Mommy superhero energy.
Kara snorted.
"You're insane." "Visionary," Harley corrected proudly. She crossed her arms and looked around the room. "Besides, nobody is here watching. Why not try it on for fun?" "In your dreams," Kara said as she walked toward the door. "Wait, where are you going?" Harley asked. "To shop and maybe ask John for suggestions," Kara said before walking out. Harley smirked and mumbled, "Or more like shop with John. You think no one noticed how you've been looking at Captain Thunderpants for the past few weeks? Well, the more the merrier." John's private training hall. The training hall inside the palace complex was wide, its stone floor etched with faint runic lines that absorbed stray energy. Rows of reinforced practice dummies stood along the far wall. Some looked new while others carried burn marks, dents, and cracked armor from previous experiments. John stood alone near the center of the room. In his right hand, he held a wand carved from pale ivory, taken from an ancient tree in Themyscira. Thin lines of gold ran along its length like veins. The grip felt perfectly balanced in his fingers. The core contained was made from a feather of Pegasus, gifted by Hippolyta. He rolled his shoulder once and looked down at the wand again. "All right," he murmured quietly to himself. Weeks earlier, he had tried to understand wand magic through pure theory. His wisdom of Solomon had helped him study ancient magical structures and spell frameworks. Still, wand casting carried a rhythm and intention that felt different from the lightning magic he normally wielded. It required direction, precision, and a bit of theatrical flair. He raised the wand toward the row of armored dummies standing 30 feet away. "Let's start with something small." His wrist moved in a short flick. Stupefy. A sharp flash of red light shot from the tip of the wand. The beam streaked across the room and slammed into the chest of the nearest dummy. The impact lifted the heavy target clean off the ground and hurled it backward. The dummy smashed against the stone wall with a loud crack before dropping to the floor in a twisted heap. John blinked once. Well, he lowered the wand slightly while studying the result. Not bad. The door behind him opened with a soft creak. Kara stepped inside. Her eyes moved from the broken dummy to the wand in his hand. "Did you just blast that thing across the room with a stick?" she asked. John looked back at her and lifted the wand. "Technically, it's a wand." Kara walked closer, looking genuinely curious now. "Didn't you say something about learning a cloning technique?" He shrugged. "Yeah, already learned that and it kinda got boring. So now," he raised his wand and examined it closely. "I've got a new hobby, wand magic." She folded her arms and studied the shattered dummy again. John pointed the wand toward another target. Round 2. He flicked his wrist again. Stupefy. Another red bolt shot across the room. This time, the beam struck the dummy square in the helmet. The force spun it sideways and knocked it flat without sending it through the wall. John nodded slowly with approval. "Oh yeah, better." He looked toward Kara. So, what brings you here? I was just thinking if you'd like to go shopping with me, but it looks like you were busy. So, I'll just go, Kara said as she turned around. John lowered the wand to his side and gave her a small, easy smile that reached his eyes. We can go shopping, he said without hesitation. I'm not too busy for that. Kara paused and turned back fully, surprise flickering across her face before she tried to mask it with a casual shrug. Are you sure? She asked. You were in the middle of whatever this is, blasting dummies with magic. I don't want to pull you away from your new hobby. He chuckled under his breath and slipped the wand into a narrow leather holster strapped to his belt. Trust me, I've got plenty more dummies to humiliate later, he replied. Besides, shopping sounds like a better use of the afternoon than turning more practice targets into scrap metal. What are we looking for? Kara hesitated for only a second longer, then relaxed her shoulders and stepped farther into the room. She glanced once more at the fallen dummies before meeting his gaze again. Costumes, she said. My own costumes. Harley tried to help, but her version of helpful involves way too many bells, cutouts, and questionable ventilation. I need something that actually feels like me. Not a hand-me-down from Clark, and definitely not whatever fever dream she was having last night. John raised both eyebrows, amusement clear in the tilt of his mouth. Don't tell me she pulled out that latex suit? He asked as his left eye twitched a bit. Kara groaned and covered her face with one hand for a moment. Don't even start. I still need brain bleach after that conversation. That girl. John shook his head with a heavy sigh. Anyway, forget whatever she said. Both of them walked toward the door. 10 minutes later, outside, after John cleaned up and put on some clean clothes, he and Kara walked toward the shopping district. I guess you want something unique? He asked. Yeah. She nodded. What's your favorite color? Kara thought for a moment before answering. White, red, and blue. Well, I think I got some ideas, John said after thinking for a bit. Suddenly, Kara stopped in front of the glass window of the hair salon, her reflection staring back at her from behind the neatly printed sign that advertised cuts, colors, and styles in looping gold letters. She tilted her head slightly, studying the way her blonde hair fell past her shoulders in loose waves that had grown longer during the months she spent adjusting to life on Earth. John noticed her stop and turned back, hands in his pockets. Something catch your eye? He asked. She kept looking at her reflection for another second before she spoke. I think I want a haircut, she said. Something shorter, different. He stepped up beside her and glanced through the window at the stylists moving inside, scissors flashing under bright lights. Inside the salon, the air smelled faintly of citrus shampoo and warm hair dryers. Kara sat in the chair while the stylist made a few final snips with the magic-reinforced scissors. Loose strands of blonde hair drifted down and settled across the black cape draped over her shoulders. The stylist brushed the remaining strands away and turned the chair toward the mirror with a satisfied smile. Kara leaned forward slightly, studying her reflection. The long hair she had arrived with was gone, and in its place sat a shoulder-length cut that framed her face and moved lightly when she tilted her head. She turned her head left, then right, watching the way the shorter strands shifted and settled. Her fingers ran through the ends as she tested the new weight and balance. Yeah, Kara said with a small nod of approval. This feels better already. She stood from the chair and gave her head a quick shake. The hair bounced once and settled neatly against her shoulders. Now it won't get in the way during a fight, she added with clear satisfaction. John leaned against the nearby counter with his arms folded, watching the whole evaluation process like a judge observing a final performance. The stylist looked slightly nervous at first. Then she relaxed when John gave a small approving nod. You look good with short hair, he said. Kara turned toward him with a faint smile that she tried to hide behind a casual shrug. Well, good, she said, because it's not growing back overnight. John chuckled softly and pushed away from the counter. He reached into his pocket, paid the stylist generously, and thanked her before gesturing toward the door. The stylist tried to refuse, but John said that if she gave away free haircuts, she would soon go out of business, and not to argue with him. Just take the money. Come on, he said. Next stop. Kara grabbed her jacket from the rack near the entrance and followed him outside. The morning air felt cooler against her neck now that her hair no longer covered it. She instinctively reached up and touched the back of her head again, still getting used to the new sensation. They stepped into the busy streets of Kandak's capital. The shopping district buzzed with activity. Cafes spilled laughter onto the sidewalks while vendors arranged colorful displays of fabrics, jewelry, and enchanted accessories that shimmered under the sunlight. Kara walked beside him, her steps relaxed as she looked around. "So where are we going now?" she asked. John glanced toward a tall building at the end of the street. The structure looked modern yet elegant, its front covered in tall glass panels etched with subtle glowing runes. Inside, mannequins displayed elaborate outfits ranging from ceremonial robes to sleek combat gear designed for heroes and elite guards. "The best designer in Kandak," he replied. Kara raised one eyebrow as they approached the entrance. "You're serious?" "Very," he said. The glass doors opened automatically when they stepped closer. Inside, the space felt more like an art gallery than a clothing store. Rows of handcrafted suits stood on display under the display lights. Some looked traditional with flowing fabrics and gold embroidery. Others looked advanced and practical with reinforced materials. A tall woman with dark hair tied in a neat bun stepped forward from behind a work table covered with sketches and fabric samples. She recognized John immediately and straightened her posture with respectful surprise. "Your Majesty," she said. John waved off the formality with an easy smile. "No need for titles today," he replied. "We're here for something important." The designer's attention shifted toward Kara. Her professional instincts lit up instantly as she studied Kara's posture, build, and newly cut hair with a trained eye. "And who might you be?" she asked.
Kara Zordil, Kara Replet.
The designer nodded slowly as if committing the name to memory. "So," she said while reaching for a tablet filled with design sketches. "What kind of suit are we creating today?" Kara stepped forward, her eyes drifting across the displays around the room before settling back on the designer. "Something strong," she said thoughtfully. "Something simple that won't slow me down. She's a Kryptonian, so use the materials from Amazon to make her suit, and if you need anything, just say the word," John said as he sat down on the chair before the counter. The designer circled Kara slowly with the tablet in hand, eyes sharp and thoughtful as she studied posture, height, and movement. Kara stood still. Every few seconds, the designer tapped the tablet, adjusting a sketch or pulling up a new reference while Kara described what she wanted. "Strength and simplicity," the designer repeated while zooming in on a design outline. "That means mobility comes first, durability second, style third, though I suppose all three can exist together." Kara shifted her stance and looked at a mannequin wearing an armored suit near the wall. "Nothing bulky," she said.
Ifli.
"I move fast. I don't want anything that catches wind or drags behind me." The designer nodded and began pulling several fabric samples from a nearby shelf. He laid them out across the table while explaining their properties one by one. "This weave comes from Amazonian battle cloth. It is extremely durable and responds well to magical reinforcement. The fibers adapt to body movement without restricting muscle expansion." She placed another sample beside it. "This layer would serve as the inner mesh. It stabilizes energy transfer and disperses impact force." Kara ran her fingers across the material, testing its texture. The fabric felt smooth and surprisingly light despite the strength the designer described. John had taken a seat near the counter at the start of the process. At first, he listened while Kara and the designer exchanged ideas. After about 20 minutes, the steady rhythm of design talk and the quiet hum of the workshop began working against him. He leaned back in the chair, arms loosely folded. A few minutes later, his head tilted slightly to the side. 10 minutes after that, he was asleep. Kara noticed first. She glanced over while holding up a sketch and saw him sitting there with his eyes closed and breathing steadily. His posture looked relaxed in a way she rarely saw during meetings or training sessions. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. The designer followed her gaze and lowered her voice. "He works very hard," the woman said quietly. "It is rare to see him resting anywhere outside the palace gardens." Kara nodded while turning back to the sketches. "Yeah, he does." The design process continued while John slept peacefully in the chair. The designer adjusted lines and proportions on the tablet while Kara gave feedback about color balance, flexibility, and overall shape. Every few minutes, a new holographic model appeared above the tablet so Kara could see the suit from different angles. After nearly an hour, the final design took shape. Kara studied the floating projection carefully while crossing her arms. The suit hugged the body in a clean, athletic line. The base color was bright white with reinforced panels woven subtly into the fabric. A sharp red V-cut dipped across the upper chest before rising toward the shoulders. Over it sat a fitted red jacket that stopped just above the waist, sleek and practical without unnecessary decoration. Blue gloves covered the forearms and extended slightly past the wrist. Matching blue boots reached just below the knee with flexible plating layered along the shin and heel. A yellow belt wrapped around the waist, simple but bold enough to break up the colors without overwhelming the design. Kara leaned closer to the hologram, tilting her head while examining the details. "Rotate it," she said. The projection spun slowly in the air. She watched it complete a full turn, then another. Finally, she nodded once with quiet satisfaction. "That's it," she said. "That's the one." The designer smiled, pleased with the decision. "Excellent choice. Clean lines, strong colors, and perfect for high-speed combat movement. I will begin construction immediately." Kara exhaled slowly and stretched her shoulders. The process had taken longer than she expected, though the final result felt exactly right. She turned toward the counter. John was still asleep. His head rested slightly back against the chair and one hand hung loosely at his side. The peaceful look on his face almost made her laugh. She walked over and stood beside him for a moment, studying him like she was deciding whether to wake him or let him keep resting. "Seriously?" she muttered quietly. No reaction. She crossed her arms and leaned closer. "Should I poke his cheeks?" That thought crossed her mind for a moment, but she decided not to. "Hey," she said softly while nudging his shoulder. John stirred with a faint grunt and blinked a few times before looking around the shop like he was briefly unsure where he was. "Oh," he said while straightening up. "Did I miss something important?"
Kara simirket.
"You slept through the entire design process." He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced toward the floating projection of the suit. "Well," he said with a small grin, "at least I woke up in time for the final reveal." Kara stepped aside so he could see the design clearly. The hologram rotated slowly in the air. John studied it for several seconds before nodding in clear approval. "That looks perfect," he said. Kara tried to act casual, though the pleased expression on her face gave away exactly how happy she was with the result. "Good," she said, "because that's the one I picked." John leaned back in the chair again, stretching his arms with a relaxed sigh. "So, how long would it take?" he asked the designer. "I'll need to ship in some items." "So, approximately speaking." The designer thought for a moment before answering. "A month should be enough. I'll have it delivered to the mansion." "Thank you, Johanna," John said as he stood up and stretched his arms a bit. "It's my pleasure," Johanna, the designer, replied with a polite bow. John then looked at Kara. "So, what do you want to do next?" "I don't know. What do you do for fun here?" Kara asked with a curious expression. All she did after arriving on Earth was train to control her abilities. So, now that she can control her power, she wants to experience something fun other than sparring. John thought for a moment before snapping his fingers. "I can think of a couple of fun things to do." John didn't explain right away. He just led Kara through the city until they reached a large entertainment complex built into one of Kandak's newer districts. The holographic model before the building was advertising the new movie, and the front screens displayed rotating scenes from different films. Kara tilted her head as they stepped inside. So this is what? A training thing? John smirked as he walked toward the ticket counter. Depends on how brave you are. She narrowed her eyes. That sounds like a challenge. Good, he said while grabbing 2 tickets. You're gonna need that confidence. A few minutes later, they were seated inside a dark theater. The screen flickered to life, and the opening music crept in low and eerie. Kara leaned back at first, arms crossed, clearly expecting something underwhelming. 10 minutes in, she leaned forward. 20 minutes in, her eyes stayed glued to the screen. A shadow moved behind a character in the film. The music went silent. Kara whispered, "Don't turn around." The character turned around. The jump scare hit hard. Kara flinched, grabbed John's arm, and then immediately straightened like nothing happened. "Okay," she said quickly, clearing her throat. "That was unexpected." John chuckled under his breath. "You sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," she said, not letting go of his arm yet. "This is actually kind of fun." By the time the movie ended, she looked more energized than shaken. As they stepped out into the hallway, she turned to him with a spark in her eyes. "Do you have more of those?" John laughed. "A lot more." "Good," she said with a grin. "We're watching all of them." After that, they headed down the street to one of the busiest restaurants in the district. The place buzzed with conversation and clinking plates. As soon as they sat down, Kara grabbed the menu and started scanning it like she was studying a battle plan. "I don't actually need food," she said while flipping the page, "but I want to try everything." John leaned back in his chair, already amused. "Everything?" She looked up at him, completely serious. "Everything." He raised a hand and called the server over. "You heard her." The first round came out fast. Kara took a bite of the first dish and paused. Her eyes widened slightly. "That's really good." Then she tried the next one, and the next. By the time they were halfway through the menu, she had stopped talking entirely. She just kept eating with full focus, occasionally nodding to herself like she was confirming a theory. John rested his chin in his hand and watched the process unfold. "How is the food?" She didn't look up. "This is amazing." Plates kept coming. Bowls stacked. Drinks vanished. The staff started watching from a distance, whispering among themselves as Kara worked through everything like a one-woman challenge. Eventually, she leaned back with a satisfied exhale, hands resting on her stomach. "This is so much better," she said. "I get it now," she said. "Food is worth it." John laughed. "Glad you like it." After leaving the restaurant, they slowed things down with a walk through one of the quieter parts of the city. The streets gave way to a large building lined with tall windows and soft golden lights glowing from inside. "The library?" Kara asked. "Yeah," John said. "I figured you could use some basic knowledge about Earth and different cultures, or you can simply just enjoy stories." She stepped inside and immediately paused. Rows and rows of books stretched out in every direction. Old texts, new publications, and digital archives all coexisted in organized sections. Kara walked forward slowly, eyes scanning titles faster than most people could read them. "This is..." She started, then stopped. She reached out and pulled a book from the shelf, flipped through it, put it back, grabbed another. John leaned against a nearby shelf, watching her pick up speed. Within minutes, she had a growing stack in her arms. "You planning to read all of those?" he asked. "Probably. Well, as long as you have fun." By the time they checked out, Kara carried a stack that would have buried a normal person. She balanced it easily while still scanning the next title on top like she couldn't wait to start. "Next," she said as they stepped back outside. John raised an eyebrow. "You're not done." She looked at him like that was a ridiculous question. "You said there are more horror movies." He laughed again. "Fair enough." They stopped by a media store on the way back. Kara picked out every horror film that caught her interest, from classic ghost stories to modern psychological nightmares. By the end of it, they walked out with a bag full of movies and a stack of books. The sun had dipped lower by the time they reached the palace gates. Kara adjusted her grip on the books as they stepped through the entrance. Then she stopped. John stopped too. Right in the middle of the courtyard, Harley bounced up and down on a pogo stick, her voice echoing loudly with every jump. Boing, boing, boing. Next to her, Helena, Huntress, jumped on another pogo stick. For a brief moment, everything froze. Helena landed one bounce, saw them standing there, and her expression went completely blank. Time seemed to slow down. Without saying a single word, she reached for her belt, pulled out her grappler, and fired it toward the nearest wall. The hook latched instantly. She yanked herself forward, landed cleanly, then jumped to the other side and ran away. Harley kept bouncing. Boing! Boing! She went again, completely unfazed. Kara blinked once, then looked at John. Did she just? Yeah, John said, trying not to laugh. You saw that. Harley finally stopped mid-bounce and turned toward them, still standing on the pogo stick. Oh, hey, you too, she said cheerfully. Perfect timing. We were just conducting very serious balance training. Kara looked at the pogo stick, then at Harley, then back at the empty space where Helena had escaped. Right? Kara said slowly. John rubbed his face, already losing the fight against his own laughter. That night after dinner, Kara's room looked a lot different from earlier. The pile of questionable outfits had been shoved into one corner, mostly out of sight. In their place sat a low table stacked with snacks, drinks, and a dangerously large bowl of popcorn that Kara insisted she did not need but absolutely wanted. The lights were dim. The screen on the wall flickered as the menu of the first horror movie loaded up. Kara sat cross-legged at the center of the bed, already holding the remote like she was about to launch a mission. Maureen leaned back against a pile of pillows. Harley stood near the door. She had not moved for the past 30 seconds. Why are the lights off? Harley asked, squinting at the shadows like they personally offended her. Kara didn't even look up. Because it's a horror movie. Harley crossed her arms. Yeah, I know what a horror movie is. I'm just saying we could keep like one light on. For safety and ambience. Mostly safety. Maureen smirked. You're scared. I ain't scared of no one. Harley shot back instantly. She walked over and dropped onto the bed beside Kara, grabbing a handful of popcorn like she had something to prove. Ghosts ain't real. Kara pressed play. The movie opened with a quiet scene. An old house. Wind blowing through broken windows. Floorboards creaking in slow rhythm. Harley chewed loudly for a few seconds. Then she slowed down. Then she stopped chewing. Why is it always a house? She muttered. Like, why don't ghosts ever haunt a nice bakery or something?
Idea una bakay.
Free cupcakes for eternity. Maureen glanced at her. Sush. On the screen, a woman walked down a hallway holding a candle. The flame flickered as a door creaked open by itself. Kara leaned forward slightly, eyes locked in. Don't go in there, she whispered. Harley pointed at the screen. See, she gets it. Don't go in there. Problem solved. Movie over. The woman stepped inside anyway. The door slammed shut behind her. Harley flinched. Just a little. I didn't move, she said quickly, even though nobody accused her. Maureen's shoulders shook with silent laughter. The tension built slowly. The camera moved closer to a dark corner of the room. The music dropped to a low hum. Kara leaned in more. Maureen watched calmly. Harley leaned slightly closer to Kara without realizing it. The shadow shifted. The ghost appeared suddenly on screen with a loud, sharp sound. Harley screamed. It was a full, high-pitched, absolutely unfiltered scream. She grabbed Kara and Maureen at the same time and pulled them into a tight grip like she was bracing for impact. What was that? Harley shouted, eyes wide. Kara blinked, surprised for half a second, then burst into laughter. That was the ghost, she said between laughs. Maureen lost it completely. She leaned back, laughing openly now. You said ghosts aren't real. Harley slowly released them, trying to recover whatever dignity she had left. Okay, listen. That was a jump scare. That doesn't count. That's cheap. That's like fightin' dirty. Kara wiped a tear from her eye. You literally said you weren't scared. I'm not scared, Harley insisted. I just wasn't emotionally prepared for that level of disrespect. The movie continued. Every time something even slightly suspicious happened on screen, Harley reacted. A door creaked. She grabbed Kara's sleeve. A whisper echoed. She leaned into Maureen. A reflection moved in a mirror. She pulled the blanket up to her chin. At one point, the ghost appeared quietly in the background without any sound. Kara noticed immediately. Behind her, she whispered. Maureen saw it too. Harley did not. Behind who? Harley asked. Both of them stayed silent, watching. Harley turned her head back to the screen and noticed something. She screamed again, pushed Kara aside, and tried to climb over Maureen at the same time. I hate this movie, she yelled, burying her face into Maureen's shoulder. Maureen laughed harder, one hand lightly patting Harley's head like she was calming a very loud child. You dragged us into chaos your whole life, and this is what breaks you. Kara grinned, clearly enjoying every second of this. We're watching another one after this. Harley peeked at the screen with one eye. No, we ain't. We're watching cartoons next. Something safe. Something with colors and zero demons. Kara grabbed the remote tighter. Nope. We're doing a marathon. Harley looked at John's empty spot on the bed like she was silently asking for backup that was not coming. This is a setup, she muttered. Y'all planned this, didn't ya? The ghost on screen let out a low, distorted whisper. Harley immediately pulled the blanket over her head. I can't hear it if I don't see it, she said from under the blanket. Maureen leaned over and tugged the blanket down just enough for Harley to see the screen again. Relax. I'll freeze if a ghost appears. Kara hit play on the next movie before Harley could argue. Welcome to movie night, Kara said, clearly pleased. Harley groaned, then grabbed another handful of popcorn like she was preparing for war. Fine, she said, but if a ghost comes out of that screen, I'm punching it. Maureen laughed again. Kara just leaned forward, already locked in for round 2. Meanwhile, upstairs in the master bedroom, John lay on the bed, completely naked, with just a blanket covering his lower body. His eyes were on the walk-in closet. The door opened and Hippolyta walked in, wearing nothing but transparent red lingerie. John's breath caught the moment the closet door swung open. Hippolyta stepped into the soft night light, and every coherent thought in his head simply dissolved. The transparent red lingerie clung to her like mist made of fire, so sheer it revealed the gentle swell of her breasts, the dip of her waist, the long athletic lines of her thighs. She had never worn anything like this before, never even let him see her in less than a silk slip or bikini, and yet here she was, barefoot, hair loose over her shoulders, cheeks already flushed. John pushed himself up onto his elbows without realizing he was moving, the blanket sliding dangerously low across his hips. His eyes roamed over her in helpless wonder, drinking in every detail as though he might never get another chance. The way the fabric shimmered against her skin, the faint tremor in her fingers where they hovered near her sides, the way she lifted her chin even though her pulse fluttered visibly at the base of her throat. She was breathtaking, and she was his, and the realization hit him so hard his chest ached. You! He swallowed hard and tried again, voice thick. You are so beautiful it hurts to look at you. Hippolyta's fingers were twitching at her sides as though she wasn't sure what to do with them. The color in her cheeks deepened, but she didn't look away. Instead, she took one careful step forward, then another. She walked closer. I wanted tonight to feel different, she said quietly. I want it to be unlike anything I have ever experienced. I have fought armies and faced gods. Yet standing here in front of you like this makes my heart race faster than any battlefield ever could. John swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood, letting the blanket fall away completely. John lay down beside her. He pulled her close so her head rested on his chest. His hand stroked her back in slow circles. Hippolyta curled into him, one leg draped over his hip. "I love you," she said against his skin. "I love you too," he answered. They stayed like that for a long time, just holding each other, breathing together. The room was quiet except for their soft breaths. Hippolyta lifted her head after a while. She looked at him with a small shy smile. "Can we do it again later?" John laughed low. He brushed hair from her face. "As many times as you want, my queen." She blushed but nodded. Then she settled back against him. Her hand rested over his heart. They fell asleep wrapped in each other. Morning light spilled across the garden, catching on the edges of leaves and turning the dew into tiny sparks of gold. Hippolyta moved between the rows of plants with an easy rhythm. One hand brushed over petals while the other adjusted a vine that had curled too far from its place. A soft hum slipped from her lips, the kind of tune that came from someone completely at peace. She stopped near a cluster of white blossoms and tilted her head as she inspected them. A small smile touched her lips. There was a warmth in her expression that had nothing to do with the sun. It showed in the way her shoulders remained relaxed and in the faint glow that had not quite faded from her eyes since the night before. A pair of eyes appeared just above the stone wall at the edge of the garden. Harley squinted, her chin barely resting on the top as she peeked in like a suspicious neighbor who had already made up her mind. She said nothing at first. She simply watched. She looked so happy. "Oh, John, you completely rocked her world. Next time, let's have a threesome. You, me, and Divine MILF." Hippolyta sensed the presence and looked up. When she caught sight of Harley, she straightened slightly, one brow lifting as her quiet hum faded. "What?" she asked, calm but curious. Harley did not answer right away. Her eyes narrowed further as she looked Hippolyta up and down, as if examining evidence. After a moment, she leaned forward and rested both elbows on the wall, still silent. Hippolyta sighed. "You are staring rather intensely for someone who has yet to speak," she said, her tone touched with mild amusement. Harley finally broke, her lips curling into a slow, knowing grin. "Oh, I ain't gotta say nothin', your majesticalness," she replied, her voice suggestive. "I got eyes, and those eyes are telling me a whole story right now." Hippolyta held her gaze, composed as ever, though a faint hint of blush touched her cheeks. "And what story would that be?" Harley tilted her head and tapped her temple, as if assembling a theory. "Let's see. Glowing skin, relaxed shoulders, that little floaty walk thing you got going on." "Yeah, been there, done that," she said, nodding with quiet certainty. "Johnny boy really put in work last night, huh?" Hippolyta's posture remained regal, but the corner of her mouth twitched ever so slightly. She turned back to the flowers and adjusted a leaf that did not need it. She cleared her throat before saying, "Your imagination is quite active this morning." "Aha," Harley said, unconvinced. "Imagination, my butt. I know that post-happiness aura when I see it. You're practically glowing like a sunrise." Hippolyta let out a quiet breath and glanced back over her shoulder. "Even if that were true, it would not be your concern." Harley gasped softly and placed a hand over her chest in mock offense. "Not my concern? Wow, I am deeply offended. I am a supportive partner in this very functional and emotionally complex situation we got going on," she said. Then she leaned in again, her grin widening. "Also, I called it weeks ago. You just took your sweet royal time catching up." That drew a small, genuine laugh from Hippolyta before she could stop it. She shook her head once. "You are impossible." "Yeah, but I'm right." Harley shot back immediately, her eyes bright with satisfaction. Hippolyta turned fully this time and met her gaze without deflecting. "He is remarkable," she admitted quietly. The weight behind her words softened the teasing tone. Harley's expression shifted slightly. The humor faded just enough to make room for understanding. She nodded once. "Yeah," she said simply. "He is, isn't he?" The way he kisses and looks you in the eyes, it makes me fall in love with him again and again. A brief silence settled between them, not awkward, only honest. Then Harley's grin returned as quickly as it had faded. Still, she added, wiggling her brows, you look like you slept real good. Hippolyta picked up a small watering can and turned away, clearly finished with the subject, though the faint smile lingered. I did, she said evenly. Now, unless you intend to assist, I suggest you stop lurking and come inside properly. Should I get my hands dirty or have some hot dogs? But I want to know the details. Harley considered that for a moment before pushing herself up and swinging over the wall in one smooth motion. She landed lightly beside her and dusted off her hands. All right, fine, she said. But if I'm helping, I get details later. Hippolyta cast her a brief sideways glance, calm and unmoved. You will get nothing. Harley's grin widened. We'll see about that. Oh, by the way, can I ask you something? Okay. Hippolyta nodded. You have super healing power, so does that mean that even though John took your virginity last night, your inner part healed up again? When you two smash again, does that mean he has to break your seal again? It'll heal and he'll break it again. So, does every time you smash count as virgin smashing? Harley asked her weirdest question with a big grin, looking very curious. Hippolyta went completely still. The watering can hovered in her hand for a second before she slowly set it down beside the flowers. For once, there was no immediate answer or calm wisdom ready to deflect the absurdity. Her brows drew together slightly as the question settled in her mind. Harley was watching her face like she had just dropped the most brilliant theory of her life. See? You didn't think about it, did ya? Hippolyta exhaled slowly, her composure still intact, though now threaded with something unfamiliar. Thoughtfulness. It is not something I have ever needed to consider before, she admitted. Harley's grin stretched wider. But it makes sense, right? You heal. Like, everything heals. Cuts, bruises, all that. So technically, she made a vague gesture with both hands, like she was presenting a scientific breakthrough. Reset button. Hippolyta crossed her arms lightly, her gaze drifting away for a moment as she actually considered it. The logic was simple. Amazon healing factor. Her lips parted slightly as the realization settled. Then the body would return to its original state, she said slowly, almost to herself. Harley snapped her fingers. Exactly. Which would imply, Hippolyta continued more thoughtfully, that each time would begin the same way. There would be discomfort at first, followed by familiarity. Harley blinked once, then twice. So every time is basically round one, huh? She asked, her voice dropping into something closer to impressed disbelief. Hippolyta did not answer immediately. Her gaze lowered slightly, thoughtful again, as if replaying the implication rather than the memory itself. It would seem so, she said at last. There was a quiet pause. Then Harley let out a low whistle. Wow, that's kinda intense, she said, clearly fascinated. Like emotionally and physically. That's a whole experience loop. Why do I keep getting dragged into her pace every time? Harley, what am I going to do with you? Hippolyta gave her a look, half warning and half resigned amusement. You speak of it as if it were some form of entertainment. Harley shrugged, completely unapologetic. Hey, I'm just saying, that's some next-level commitment right there. Most people don't even get one proper first-time vibe. You get a repeat feature. Hippolyta gently shook her head, but a small smile appeared on her lips. You have a way of reducing even the most complex matters into something else entirely. Memorable, Harley offered. Unavoidable, Hippolyta corrected, though there was no real bite behind it. Harley leaned closer again, lowering her voice like she was about to ask something even worse. So, you gonna tell him? Or maybe test it when John returns at noon? Hippolyta's eyes narrowed slightly. That is not a discussion you will be part of. Harley placed a hand over her heart dramatically. Rude. I'm invested now. Hippolyta picked up the watering can again and turned back to the flowers, her thoughts clearly lingering elsewhere now. Then I suggest you invest your energy into something more productive, she said. Harley grabbed a nearby tool and crouched beside her, still grinning like she had just uncovered a secret of the universe. Oh, I will, she said. But I'm definitely gonna tell this to Maureen later. Maybe Kara too. And Ivy, Sparky, Huntress, and... She was already counting with her fingers. Hippolyta gave her that look that made even Harley too shut up. Sorry, I won't tell anyone. Meanwhile, space. Far above Earth, space itself twisted. First, it looked like a ripple, a distortion in the dark that bent starlight in unnatural angles. Then the ripple tore open. One wormhole split the void wide, jagged edges glowing violet as raw energy crackled across its surface. A second followed, then a third, each one larger than the last, stretching like wounds carved into reality itself. From those openings, 3 massive ships emerged. They were enormous, each one dwarfing anything humanity had ever built. Their hulls were dark and metallic, etched with faint red lines that pulsed like veins carrying energy through a living organism. Inside the lead ship, the man in the black suit with the crimson S stood at the center of the bridge, hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the glowing blue world ahead. Finally found you, Kal-El, he said quietly, though there was clear interest in his tone. To think you grew up among these primitives. Behind him, holographic displays flickered to life. Data streams scanned the planet in seconds, mapping energy signatures, satellite networks, and defensive systems. One of the crew members stepped forward. Planetary defenses detected. Multiple systems, orbital platforms, surveillance grids, and meta-level response teams. The man smiled faintly. Disable them. Command was issued. Across all 3 ships, energy began to gather. Panels along their hulls shifted and opened. Light built slowly at first, then surged brighter, forming massive circular arrays that hummed with contained power. The glow intensified until it rivaled the brightness of a small star. Then, in perfect synchronization, the ships released it. A massive pulse exploded outward. It spread across space in a wide, expanding wave, invisible at first but devastating in effect. The energy slammed into Earth's orbit in seconds, passing through satellites, stations, and defense arrays without resistance. Everything flickered. Justice League orbital systems went dark. JSA monitoring stations failed one by one. ARGU. Satellites lost signal instantly, screens cutting to black across command centers around the world. On Earth, alarms began to scream. System failure across all sectors. We just lost orbital feed. Something hit every satellite at once. One of the ships adjusted its position slightly. A section of its underside opened. A beam formed. It started as a thin line of pale blue light, then widened into a massive column that stretched downward toward the planet. Energy surged through it, stable and controlled, unlike the chaotic pulse that came before. In Metropolis, people looked up. The sky shimmered. Clouds parted unnaturally as the beam pierced through them, descending slowly toward the heart of the city. Cars stopped in the streets. Crowds gathered, pointing upward in confusion and growing fear. The beam intensified. Light washed over buildings, casting long shadows as it locked onto a precise point in the city center. Inside the lead ship, the man stepped closer to the viewport, watching the process with calm satisfaction. Bring me the codex, he said.
Metropolis.
The beam vanished in a tight flash of blue light right at the center of the city. For half a second, everything went still. Then 3 figures appeared where the light had been, standing in the middle of a cracked intersection surrounded by flickering streetlights and stalled cars. People nearby backed away fast, instincts kicking in before logic could catch up. Phones came out. Someone screamed. Someone else ran. The 3 newcomers did not react. Farrell stood at the front in her black armor, eyes sharp as she scanned the city like she was already judging it. Behind her stood Namek, massive and silent, and he was wearing heavy armor. His presence alone was enough to make the ground feel smaller. Carvex was wearing glossy black armor. She moved slightly to the right, alert and focused, watching everything at once. A sonic boom cracked across the sky, then another, and another. Her figures dropped in almost instantly, landing hard enough to fracture concrete in a wide circle around the Kryptonians. Superman stepped forward first, red cape settling behind him as his eyes locked onto Farah. His expression stayed calm, but there was tension in his shoulders. Hawkman landed just behind him, wings folding slightly as his grip tightened on his mace. His gaze flicked between all three targets, already calculating multiple battle scenarios. He looked grim because he didn't have any data on the enemy and Dr. Fate was out in another dimension. So, if things get chaotic, which they likely will since enemy ships surrounded Earth, they will face a tough situation. Guy Gardner hovered a few feet above the ground, green energy crackling faintly around his fists as his jaw set in that familiar stubborn line. Cyclone touched down lightly beside him, wind already beginning to swirl at her feet. The street fell quiet except for distant sirens. Hawkman took one step forward. "You picked the wrong planet to make an entrance like that," he said while raising his mace slightly. "Who are you and what do you want on Earth?" Farah did not answer right away. Her eyes stayed on Superman, studying him in a way that felt far too personal for a first encounter. Then she gave an arrogant smile. "Hand over the codex," she said calmly, like it was not a demand but a simple expectation.
Kal-El, son of Jor-El.
She pointed a finger at Superman. Superman's eyes widened upon hearing his original name. He instantly scanned their anatomy with his X-ray vision and realized that they were Kryptonians. And this is his first time hearing about this codex. "I've no idea what you are talking about." He glanced toward Hawkman. "Be careful. They are all Kryptonians." Farah moved. She vanished from her spot in a blur that shattered the ground beneath her feet. The shockwave hit a split second later, cracking windows along the street. Superman barely had time to raise his arms before she was already in front of him. Her fist slammed into his jaw. Boom! The impact sounded like a cannon going off. He flew backward, crashing through a row of parked cars before skidding across the pavement and tearing a deep line through the street. Cyclone reacted first. "Everyone spread out," she shouted as wind exploded outward from her position, trying to disrupt the battlefield before it collapsed into chaos. Namek did not wait. He charged straight at Hawkman, each step shaking the ground as his massive frame built momentum. Hawkman took to the air instantly, wings snapping open as he swung his mace down toward the incoming giant. Ah! Bang! The hit connected, felt like striking a mountain.
Namek Barilislaw.
He grabbed the mace mid-swing, yanked Hawkman forward, and slammed him into the ground with brutal force that sent a shockwave through the street before throwing a heavy smash. Another shockwave swept through the area, forming a crater around them. Gah! Hawkman coughed up blood, and his armor cracked from that single impact. Guy shot forward with a burst of green light. "Finally, I get to beat up a Kryptonian," he snapped as a construct formed around his fist, expanding into a massive battering ram. He drove it straight into Namek's side. The construct shattered on impact. Namek turned his head slowly toward him. It didn't even look like that attack worked at all. Guy blinked once. "Okay, that's new." Carvex moved next. She launched herself toward Cyclone, moving fast enough to blur. Cyclone spun on instinct, wind rising around her in a tight spiral that formed a barrier just as Carvex crashed into it. The air twisted violently on impact, pressure pushing outward in all directions. Cyclone gritted her teeth. "You're not getting through that easily." Carvex pushed harder, her strength forcing the wind barrier to ripple and strain. Across the battlefield, Superman pushed himself up from the wreckage, shaking off dust and debris. He rolled his shoulder once, eyes already locking back onto Farah. She was waiting for him. "You're slower than I expected," she said, tilting her head slightly. He took a step forward. "You hit hard. I'll give you that." Looking around, he realized that fighting in the middle of the city was a bad idea. The destruction and chaos would be overwhelming, and innocent civilians could get hurt. So he shot into the sky and flew toward the desert, where he could fight with his full strength. Faura followed behind him. Namek and Carvex also shot up in the sky and chased Superman. "Where the hell are you freaky giant going?" Guy yelled as he was about to follow them. "Stop, Guy. We are not their opponent," Hawkman said as he stood up, grabbing his chest. He could feel the intense pain all over his body, and a couple of his ribs had shattered from that single slam. "We need to get to the base and call everyone available. God knows how many Kryptonians are on those ships." Cyclone tapped her earpiece. "Batman, Earth is being invaded by Kryptonians. We need to regroup." Meanwhile, 3 sonic booms ripped across the sky as the Kryptonians tore after Superman, their speed shredding clouds into spirals of white vapor. The desert came into view in seconds, endless sand stretching under a blazing sun, far from civilians and fragile cities. Superman stopped midair, boots digging into nothing as he hovered and turned to face them. His cape snapped sharply behind him, eyes focused, jaw set. He didn't wait this time. He moved first. He shot forward at a blinding speed, fist clenched. Faura met him head-on, her own fist colliding with his in a shockwave that blasted sand outward in a massive ring below them. Boom! The sand cratered beneath the force. Faura didn't budge. She twisted her wrist, redirecting his momentum, and drove her knee into his ribs. The hit landed with a heavy thud that echoed across the desert. "Too weak," she said calmly, already moving again. Superman gritted his teeth, absorbing the pain as he spun and fired a burst of heat vision. Twin beams of red energy cut across the air, forcing her to dodge, but Namek barreled straight through it. The beams splashed across his armor and skin, leaving glowing streaks but doing little to slow him. "Yeah, figured," Superman muttered. Namek slammed into him like a freight train. Boom! They crashed into the sand, carving a deep trench that stretched for hundreds of meters. Superman planted his feet and pushed back, muscles straining as he caught Namek's next punch mid-swing. For a moment, they locked, raw strength against raw strength. Superman shifted his weight and drove a headbutt straight into Namek's face. The impact snapped the giant's head back just enough for Superman to follow up with a rapid series of punches to the chest and jaw. Bang! 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 Each hit echoed like artillery fire. Namek staggered one step. Then he grabbed Superman by the shoulders and slammed him down hard. The desert floor exploded on impact. Before Superman could recover, Carvex dropped from above like a missile. Her heel crashed into his back, driving him deeper into the crater. "Stay down," she said coldly. Superman rolled at the last second, sand blasting outward as he escaped the follow-up strike. He sprang back to his feet, breathing heavier now, eyes flicking between all 3 opponents. They moved like a unit, and they weren't giving him any space to fight back. Faura attacked again, faster than before. She blurred in, striking high, then low, forcing Superman to block and shift constantly. Each hit carried precision, not just power. "All this time living among these primitives made you weak," she said while slipping past his guard and striking his side. Her elbow drove into his spine. A sharp crack echoed. Superman winced but caught her wrist on the next strike, twisting and throwing her across the sand. She flipped midair and balanced herself in the air cleanly. Carvex flew in, but this time, Superman landed a clean kick to her stomach, sending her flying miles away. Namek charged again. This time, Superman met him head-on. He planted his feet and roared as he drove forward, shoulder slamming into Namek's chest with everything he had. Boom! The collision sent both of them skidding, sand erupting in waves around them. Superman didn't stop. He grabbed Namek by the arm, spun, and hurled him upward into the sky. Then he shot up after him, closing the distance in an instant. High above the desert, he unleashed everything. Punches came fast, relentless, each one backed by frustration and raw force. Bang! 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 Namek tried to counter, but this time Superman stayed aggressive, not giving him space to reset. A final uppercut landed clean, snapping Namek's head back as his body went limp for a split second. Superman didn't hesitate. He grabbed him and drove him back down. The impact when they hit the desert was massive. Boom! A crater formed on impact, sand blasting outward in a towering wave. Namek lay at the center, unmoving, armor cracked and body partially buried. Superman hovered above, chest rising and falling. One down, he muttered. Faura and Carvex moved at the same time, their bodies snapping forward in perfect synchronization as they closed in on Superman from opposite sides. Sand burst beneath their feet with a sharp crack, air tearing around them from the sheer force of their acceleration. Crack. A bolt of lightning split the sky, came down fast, striking directly in front of Faura before she could adjust her path. For the briefest moment, even she hesitated. A hand emerged from the lightning and closed around her throat. Faura's eyes widened slightly as the grip tightened and lifted her off the ground with effortless force. She threw 2 hard punches at the man before her, but it was useless against overwhelming power. Swoosh! She was hurled across the desert like a rag doll, her body tearing through the air before smashing into the sand far in the distance with a thunderous crash. Carvex stopped mid-charge. Her instincts screamed too late. What the hell is he? Superman hovered for a second. Then a grin spread across his face as he looked at the figure now standing between them. Batman? The man stood with his back partially turned, a black suit clinging to his frame while arcs of lightning crawled across his body with a sharp zzz. The air around him hummed, vibrating softly as sand lifted and drifted at his feet. He glanced over his shoulder, completely unfazed. Batman, he said with a nod. I owed him one. It's nice to see you, John. Superman exhaled, relief mixing with tension as he floated closer. But be careful. They are Kryptonian. John rolled his shoulder once, casually, like he was preparing for something routine instead of a fight against alien warriors. His eyes locked onto Carvex, who had already adjusted, her stance lowering as she prepared to strike again. He blinked. Whip. One moment, he stood beside Superman. Next, he was directly in front of her. Carvex's pupils shrank as her mind struggled to process what her eyes were seeing. She raised her guard instantly, muscles tightening. But it was useless. A sphere of condensed energy formed in John's palm with a rising WHRR. Layers of motion folded into each other, spinning faster and tighter as wind spiraled around it, dragging sand upward in twisting streams. The sound deepened. WHRR. The energy compressed further, vibrating with barely contained force. He drove the Rasengan straight into her stomach. Boom! The impact detonated. A violent shockwave tore outward, ripping through the desert with a roaring crash. Carvex's body folded around the attack before being launched upward like a missile, the force sending her tearing into the sky as a shrinking streak. Within seconds, she vanished into the clouds. The wind howled for a moment longer, then began to settle. Sand drifted back to the ground in slow waves. John lowered his hand and turned his head slightly toward Superman, looking almost bored. And, he asked. A low hum rolled through the air, deep and unnatural, growing louder with every passing second. Superman looked up. More incoming. The beam came down without warning. A massive column of pale blue light slammed into the desert a few hundred meters away. Sand vaporized on impact, and a glowing crater carved itself into the earth. Heat rippled outward, distorting the air. Of course there's more, John muttered. Then they started coming out. Dozens at first, then hundreds. Kryptonian soldiers poured out in tight formation. Some carried advanced energy rifles. Others held massive axes and warhammers, their armor heavier and built for brute force. The rest came barehanded. They looked organized. Superman exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening as he took it all in. That's a lot. John rolled his neck once, like someone preparing for a workout he did not feel like doing. Yeah, this just turned into crowd control. He tapped his earpiece. Batman will handle things here. Don't interfere and don't let others interfere because, considering the size of this army, I can't guarantee to hold back my power. Affirmative. We'll be on standby. Batman's voice came through the earpiece. The Kryptonians did not wait. A line of soldiers raised their weapons. Energy flared. John spoke without even looking at them. You girls might as well join in the fun. Crack. 2 bolts of lightning slammed into the ground behind them. When the light cleared, Harley stood there first, her bat resting over her shoulder. Her eyes lit up like she had just been invited to the best party of her life. Oh, now this is what I'm talking about, she said, spinning the bat once in her hand. Big scary aliens, giant weapons, dramatic entrance. You'll really know how to set the mood. Another flash followed. Maureen stepped forward. Frost formed along her arms as the temperature around her dropped several degrees. Her eyes moved across the army with quiet focus. That's a lot of targets, she said evenly. Try not to get in my way. Both Harley and Maureen were in their enhanced form. A sonic boom cracked overhead. Kara dropped from the sky and landed beside them in her new suit. A sharp red V-cut dipped across the upper chest before rising toward the shoulders. Over it sat a fitted red jacket that stopped just above the waist. Blue gloves covered the forearms and extended slightly past the wrist. Matching blue boots reached just below the knee with flexible plating layered along the shin and heel. A yellow belt wrapped around the waist. Sand burst outward under her boots as she straightened and looked toward the army. She took a breath. Then she smiled. Finally, she said, almost excited. Some action. Superman looked at her suit for a brief moment and gave a quick nod. Nice upgrade. She grinned. Told you I wanted my own look. Harley leaned in slightly, her eyes flicking over Kara's outfit. Okay, yeah, that's clean. No guirdoles. I approve. Kara shot her a look. Don't start. John stepped forward. Lightning flared brighter around him as his presence pushed against the advancing army, like pressure building before a storm. All right, he said with a cold expression. Let's not drag this out. Across from them, one of the Kryptonian commanders raised a hand. The entire army charged. The ground shook under hundreds of feet, launching forward at once. Energy weapons fired. Blasts of light tore through the air. Axes and hammers swung as the front line closed the distance in seconds. Superman cracked his knuckles. Here we go. He shot forward first, breaking the line head-on. His fist collided with the nearest soldier and sent him flying back through 3 others in a chain reaction of impacts. Kara followed right behind him, moving faster than most of them could track. She weaved through the front line and drove a punch into a soldier's chest, launching him straight into the air before spinning and kicking another across the sand. Okay, yeah, she said mid-fight. This is way better than dummies. Harley laughed as explosions sparked around her hands. My turn. She snapped her fingers. Boom! A chain of explosive blasts ripped through a cluster of incoming soldiers, throwing them in all directions as fire and shockwaves tore across the battlefield. Welcome to the party, space freaks. Maureen stepped forward calmly. The world slowed. For a brief moment, everything froze. She moved through the battlefield in silence, her hand brushing against multiple Kryptonians as frost spread instantly across their armor and limbs. Time snapped back. Crack. Ice detonated across their bodies, locking them in place before shattering outward, killing them on the spot. John watched the chaos for half a second. Then he vanished. Whip. He reappeared in the middle of the swarm, lightning exploding outward from his body as he moved. He punched the brute before him at full power, splattering his head like an exploding watermelon. One of the soldiers charged at him. He grabbed the guy's throat and smashed him to the ground hard enough to form a crater. Then he stomped his head, killing him instantly. John flowed from one motion to the next, blending raw power with precision. He flared around his strikes. Godspeed, increasing his speed beyond his enhancement. He looked unstoppable. A soldier swung a massive hammer at him. John caught it mid-swing, crushed it in his grip, and then drove his fist into the soldier's chest, sending him rocketing backward like a missile. Superman glanced over mid-fight, a grin breaking through the tension. You weren't kidding about crowd control. John didn't even look at him as he dropped another soldier with a backhand strike. Just warming up. More Kryptonians kept pouring in from the beam, their numbers stacking faster than the team could drop them. The desert floor was already torn apart, craters layered over craters, sand turned into glass in some places from the sheer heat and impact. Superman drove his fist through another soldier and sent him flying, but 3 more replaced him instantly. He exhaled hard, eyes scanning the field. Yeah, we've got a numbers problem. John crushed a soldier's helmet with one hand and tossed the body aside like it weighed nothing. Lightning snapped across his arms as he looked up. Not for long. A blur tore across the sand. Farah was back. She slammed into John from the side with a hit that cracked the air like thunder. The impact pushed him a few feet across the ground, boots carving deep lines before he stopped. He rolled his shoulder once, more annoyed than hurt. Farah straightened, brushing sand from her armor like she hadn't just been thrown miles away. You, she said, eyes sharp with interest now. You're not Kryptonian, yet you possess an enhanced body. Carvex dropped from the sky beside her, landing hard enough to send a ripple through the sand. Her gaze locked onto John as well. He seems to be one of this planet's defenders. Well, not that it matters. We'll kill all the defenders and get the Codex. The terraforming will begin. This planet will become New Krypton, and humanity will either perish or become our slaves. Harley's voice cut in before John could reply. Oh, I like you two already, she said, stepping forward with her bat resting on her shoulder. Her grin was wide and a little unhinged. Big attitude, matching outfits, trying to gang up on my guy. Real cute. Farah glanced at her once, unimpressed. Harley pointed the bat at her face. Nah, you don't get to ignore me. I got abandonment issues. She vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared mid-swing. Crack. The bat connected with Farah's head with a loud metallic snap that echoed across the desert. Farah's head tilted slightly from the impact, but she didn't fall. Harley blinked. Okay. You're sturdier than you look. Carvex moved in instantly, fist aimed for Harley's ribs, but Harley twisted out of the way with unnatural flexibility, dropping low and sweeping her leg across Carvex's knees. The Kryptonian barely shifted. Harley hopped back, grinning wider. All right, I guess I can't fight with Soup's relatives with 10% power. Farah stepped forward this time, eyes locked on Harley. You're in the way. Yeah, Harley said, spinning the bat again as sparks flickered along its surface. That's kind of the point, biatch. How dare you flirt with my man behind my back? I'm gonna bash you two up real nice. Behind them, the temperature dropped. Maureen stepped into the center of the battlefield, her breath steady as frost crept along the ground in expanding waves. The air itself began to crackle with cold, visible lines of ice forming in midair. Enough, she said quietly. Everything slowed. Absolute zero. Her eyes glowed bright blue. A massive wave of cold energy burst outward from her position, racing across the battlefield in every direction. Kryptonian soldiers mid-charge turned into statues of ice, their weapons frozen in their hands, their bodies locked in place. Crack, crack, crack. Die, Maureen said as she clenched her fists. Her voice was layered and sounded menacing. One by one, they shattered. Hundreds of low-level soldiers collapsed into fragments, their forms breaking apart into frozen debris that scattered across the sand. Only the stronger ones remained, their bodies resisting the full effect, frost clinging to their armor and skin but not stopping them completely. I see now why Bruce told everyone not to mess with Kondak. They are too powerful. Superman landed beside her, glancing at the frozen wasteland around them. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Maureen didn't look at him. Her eyes stayed on the remaining enemies. Don't worry, I don't hurt friends and family. 3 armored Kryptonians charged them at once. Superman stepped forward and met the first head-on, their fists colliding with a boom that sent a shockwave through the frozen field. He grabbed the soldier's arm, twisted, and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack the ice beneath them. Maureen moved at the same time. Time slowed again just for her. She stepped past the second soldier, her hand brushing against his chest. Frost spread instantly across his armor, creeping up his neck and over his face. Time snapped back. The soldier froze solid. Superman didn't hesitate. He drove his fist straight through the ice, shattering both the frost and the Kryptonian beneath it in one brutal motion. In a normal scenario, he'd have avoided killing them, but this situation was too serious. He looked at those fighters using his X-ray vision, and most of them were like living husks with enhanced bodies and some kind of technology controlling them. Above them, the sky tore open again. Multiple wormholes flashed into existence. Kryptonian fighter jets poured out information, engines glowing as they spread across the sky like a swarm. Their weapons charged almost instantly. "Here we go," John muttered, already looking up. Again, the first barrage hit. Blasts of energy rained down across the desert, explosions chaining together as the ground lit up in violent bursts. Sand turned to fire and glass as the bombardment intensified. Kara shot into the sky without waiting. "Harley," John looked at Harley. "Mea Signap." "Leave it to good ol' Harl," Harley said with a large grin. John just gave her the green signal to use her full strength. John followed right behind Kara, lightning snapping around his body as they tore through the air toward the incoming fleet. Kara glanced sideways at him mid-flight, excitement flashing across her face. "Race you," John smirked. "You're gonna lose." They hit the first wave at full speed. Kara slammed straight through the hull of the nearest jet, tearing it apart from nose to tail as she flew through it. The ship exploded behind her in a burst of fire and debris. "Oh yeah," she shouted, banking hard toward the next one. "This is way better than training." John didn't bother slowing down. He raised his hand, energy gathering instantly as lightning condensed into a focused point. "Let's clean this up." He fired. A beam of condensed lightning ripped through 3 jets in a straight line, slicing them apart mid-flight before detonating in a chain of explosions that lit up the sky. More ships closed in, weapons firing. Kara spun through the barrage, weaving between blasts before grabbing one jet by the wing and swinging it like a hammer into another. Both ships collided and exploded in a massive fireball. John appeared above a cluster of them in a blink. Whip. He dropped into the center and released a pulse of energy. Boom. The shockwave expanded outward, shredding multiple jets at once and sending flaming wreckage spiraling toward the desert below. "Left side," Kara called out, already diving toward another formation. "I see them," John replied, vanishing again. Below, the battlefield raged on. Harley ducked under a strike from Faura and drove her bat into Carvex's side, sparks bursting on impact. "Come on, ladies, work with me here. I'm carrying this whole conversation." Faura moved faster this time, her fist snapping forward and catching Harley across the shoulder. The hit sent Harley skidding across the sand before she flipped back to her feet, laughing through the impact. "Okay, that one had some kick to it," she said, rolling her arm once. "Now we're talking." Carvex came in from the side, but Harley triggered a charge. Boom! The explosion forced both Kryptonians back for a split second. Harley grinned, eyes wild. "My turn again." Space. Main mothership. Zod's eyes were on the live feed displayed across multiple holographic screens. He zoomed in on Kara and ran a quick scan. Then a smile appeared on his face.
Kara Zordil.
"Seems we found our codex." He looked toward his second in command. "Ursa, prepare the suit. I'll personally retrieve the codex." Harley stopped playing around. The grin on her face sharpened into something wild as lightning began to crawl across her skin. It started as faint sparks along her arms, then surged outward in bright, violent arcs that wrapped around her entire body. The air around her hummed with pressure, sand lifting off the ground in slow spirals as divine energy gathered. Farah noticed first. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she adjusted her stance. Carvex shifted beside her, tension rising as instinct warned her that something had changed. Harley rolled her shoulders once, electricity snapping louder with each movement. "All right," she said, voice lighter than the power building around her. "Johnny gave me permission to stop playing nice." The ground cracked beneath her feet. She launched upward in a blast of lightning. The impact of her takeoff alone sent a shockwave tearing across the desert, forcing both Kryptonians to react. They shot up after her, chasing into the sky. Harley met them head-on. Farah struck first, her fist cutting through the air with lethal precision. Harley didn't dodge. She caught the punch mid-swing, lightning flaring brighter on contact, and twisted hard enough to throw Farah off balance. Before Farah could recover, Harley drove her knee straight into her ribs. The sound cracked like metal splitting. Farah's body folded slightly from the force before Harley followed with a brutal backhand that sent her spinning through the air. Carvex came in from above, both fists raised. Harley vanished in a flash of lightning. He blitzes behind her. A punch landed square between Carvex's shoulders, sending her plummeting downward like a missile. Harley didn't give her time to fall far. She shot down after her, grabbed her by the leg mid-drop, and swung her back up into Farah. Their bodies collided midair. Harley stayed in motion, never slowing. She flew faster than before. Farah tried to counter, her strikes precise and controlled, but Harley overwhelmed her. Every block rattled her arms. Every hit came heavier than the last. A punch to the face snapped Farah's head back. Another to the stomach drove the air from her lungs. Harley grabbed her by the throat and slammed her downward. They crashed into the desert hard enough to blast sand outward in a massive ring. Before either Kryptonian could recover, Harley dragged them both back into the sky. Her grip tightened. Lightning surged. She drove Farah into Carvex with a force that echoed across the battlefield, then followed with a rapid series of blows that blurred together. Fists, elbows, and knees, each strike landed faster than their bodies could stabilize. Cracks began to show in their armor, and their injuries kept piling up faster than they could heal. Carvex tried to retaliate, but Harley caught her arm mid-swing and twisted until something gave. The sound was sharp and ugly. Harley didn't pause. She slammed her fist into Carvex's chest. Once, twice, 3 times. Each hit backed by divine force that rippled through her entire frame. Farah lunged again. Harley turned and punched Farah in the face. The transparent mask broke. Pieces flew into the air. Carvex followed a second later. Harley grabbed her head and slammed it forward into her own knee. The second mask cracked. Another hit finished it. Both masks broke completely. For a moment, nothing happened. Then everything changed. Farah's expression shifted first. "Ah, Cog." Her breath caught. Her body stiffened slightly as her senses spiked all at once. The air hit her lungs differently now, too dense and rich. Carvex staggered midair, her movements losing that sharp, controlled precision. Her eyes widened as sound, light, and pressure overwhelmed her all at once. Their Kryptonian physiology is suddenly overwhelmed by Earth's atmosphere, which is far richer and more intense than the air on Krypton. Their suits previously filtered this, but now that their suits were damaged, their newly enhanced senses and lungs are bombarded by the unfiltered environment. Both of them were barely maintaining their flight. Harley hovered in front of them, lightning still dancing across her skin, though her expression softened just a fraction as she noticed the shift. Farah looked at Harley. Her voice came out strained, but steady enough. "Finish it." Harley blinked once. For a second, the chaos around them faded from her focus. She looked at Farah, then at Carvex, really taking in the difference. These two were not like the hollow soldiers breaking apart below. These two were alive and looked somewhat sane. She exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "Sorry, sweetheart. The old me would have smashed your head like a watermelon. But I ain't that gal anymore," she said with an awkward smile as she remembered her past before she met John and her life changed. "Besides, you look alive, unlike your freaky swarm of husks, and I already got enough blood on my hands. For a moment, she visualized all the lives she had taken during her run with Joker. I don't want to add any more if I could avoid it. So stay down there like two good girls. And maybe when this is all over, we could have some ice cream while jumping on golden pogo sticks. Their bodies dropped from the sky, hitting the desert below with heavy impacts that sent dust rising in thick clouds. Harley hovered for half a second longer. Then her eyes snapped wide as realization clicked into place. Oh, she turned midair, scanning the battlefield below. Hey! She shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice cutting through the chaos. Break their helmets. She pointed down at the remaining Kryptonians. They can't handle the air here. It messes them up, and maybe we can save them later. And just like that, the fight changed. Within a few minutes, it was all over. All the Kryptonians were squirming and struggling to breathe while their senses were overwhelmed. All right, Harley landed beside Maureen. That's a wrap-up. Superman, John, and Kara landed before them. So, who has this codex? John asked, looking toward Superman and Kara. Just then, another beam of white light appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and from within walked out a man in a heavy combat suit. His black cape was fluttering in the air, and he has the same helmet with a transparent mask like Faura and Carvex. Zod!
Kara Klanchet Herfists. Kara Zordil.
We've been looking for you, Zod said with a calm expression. He then looked at his arm and tapped some kind of command. Multiple portals appeared all around Earth, and Kryptonian terraforming machines emerged from those portals, hovering in the sky. One of them appeared over the desert. Then Zod tapped another command. Those machines activated, releasing energy beams. Terraforming has begun, Zod said as he looked up in the sky. This world must die, so that ours may live again. Zod's words had barely settled when the massive machine hovering above them pulsed once, then released a focused beam straight down into the earth. The light drilled through sand and stone with terrifying ease. The ground shook, not like an explosion but like something deeper, something structural. The desert floor cracked outward in jagged lines as heat and pressure surged from below. Yes, Kay, this is gonna be annoying to deal with, John thought as he looked up in the sky. Gotta take down the mothership. He looked down at Zod. I'll let Kara and Superman handle him. All over the world, the same thing was happening. In Metropolis, a beam tore through the heart of the city, carving a glowing path straight into the ground. Buildings around it shattered under the pressure wave. Glass rained down like a storm as people ran in every direction, panic spreading faster than the destruction itself. Police sirens screamed, overlapping into chaos as emergency lines flooded beyond capacity. Inside a high-rise command center, screens flickered violently as systems struggled to stay online. Technicians shouted over each other, trying to stabilize feeds that kept cutting out. We're losing infrastructure across multiple cities, one of them yelled. Power grids are collapsing near impact zones. At the JSA base, the heroes have regrouped around a central display. Batman stood at the front, his eyes locked on the global map as red markers spread across continents. They're targeting the planetary core, Batman replied, his voice low and controlled. If they succeed, they'll rewrite the entire biosphere. What do we do? Flash asked. I've tried to hack them, but their technology is far superior. It'll take time, Batman replied, looking grim. Time which we don't have, Cyclone said as she sat down on a chair. Outside, Guy was using his constructs to destroy one of the machines, but it was useless. His constructs were shattering before he could hit it. Hawkman tried to fly in and smash it with his mace, but once again it didn't matter. The force field around the machine was so strong that it was repelling all their attacks. Back to the base, the reality cracked like a mirror as Dr. Fate walked out. He took off his helmet and said, "Have faith in our friends." He looked at the live feed over the desert. Thanks to Batman's backup plans, they managed to get the communication up and running. You peeked into the future again, didn't you? Batman asked. Yes, I've foreseen certain possibilities, and what I said back then still stands. No harm will come to Earth as long as the champion is with us. Dr. Fate replied with a calm expression. Back to the desert. Krypton is gone, Zod, Kara said as she flew in and stopped a few feet away from Zod. Your uncle hid the key to Krypton's rebirth inside a Kryptonian child. Zod started to explain as he took a step forward. All the genetic material needed to start again coded inside the DNA and sent to Earth in an escape pod. Kara's eyes widened. Zod continued, We thought it was Kal-El, but we were wrong. He stopped and pointed at Kara. We finally found it. You are the one.
Kara Zordil.
It is your blood we must harvest. Harvest blood? Freaks a vampire? I'd have brought garlic if I knew we're fastened vamps. Harley chimed in as usual. Zod continued, Your sacrifice will allow Krypton to live again. This world is my home, Kara said as her eyes began to glow red. And I'd be damned if I let you destroy it. Kara unleashed her heat vision. At the same time, John shot up into the sky. As Kara unleashed her heat vision across the battlefield, Zod reacted. But instead of dodging, he stepped directly into the beams. The scorching rays struck his chest, splitting around him and refracting in a dazzling display across his combat suit. Behind him, the ground melted into glass, the desert hissing under the overwhelming heat, yet he stood unharmed, his cape billowing behind him as if the attack was nothing. Zod lowered his head slightly, looking at her through the dissipating glow. That anger, he said, his tone calm and measured despite the chaos surrounding them. You wield it like a human. Kara clenched her fists, the air vibrating around her as she surged forward. I am not one of yours, she shot back, her voice taut with emotion, before launching herself toward him. In an instant, she closed the gap, her fist aimed straight at his face. Zod tilted just enough for her strike to skim his jaw, then countered with a punch aimed at her ribs. Kara's body flew up from the impact, but she twisted midair, absorbing the blow as she drove her knee up into his chest. The collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, lifting sand in a wild ring beneath them. Before she could follow up, a red blur crashed into Zod from the side. Superman slammed into him with full force. The impact hurled all three of them across the desert in a streak that carved a trench through the sand. Zod recovered first. He planted his feet while sliding and drove his fist into Superman's abdomen with brutal precision, bringing their momentum to a sudden halt. The air rushed from Clark's lungs as the blow landed cleanly. You still hesitate, even with your planet on the verge of terraforming, Zod taunted, grabbing Superman by the shoulder and throwing him upward into the sky. Superman spun once, regained control, and shot back down without slowing. He crashed into Zod again, this time throwing an uppercut, sending Zod high up in the air. As his body flew up into the sky, Zod noticed that John was flying up out of Earth's atmosphere. He instantly balanced himself before flying toward John at a blinding speed. Kara and Superman shot up behind Zod. Harley and Maureen followed them. Out in space, the remaining Kryptonian ships appeared, and hordes of Kryptonian husks and fighter jets emerged from those giant ships. John looked down at Zod with his usual arrogant smirk. He whispered, Enchantress, destroy every single one of those terraforming machines. With pleasure, Enchantress said with a sinister smile as she unleashed her reality-wrapping magic. Across continents and oceans, the massive terraforming machines pulsed as they prepared to burrow deeper into the Earth's core. Their beams burned through cities, deserts, and mountains alike, rewriting the planet layer by layer. Then, without warning, the light flickered. A faint green shimmer wrapped around the first machine. It trembled in place as if something unseen had taken hold of it. The energy tightened, curled inward, and in the span of a breath, the entire structure collapsed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Then another followed, and another. From space, it looked like stars going out in reverse. One by one, across every corner of the world, the machines simply ceased to exist. Within seconds, every single terraformed device was gone, leaving only scorched earth and stunned silence behind. Zod saw it happen. His expression broke for the first time, rage cutting through his composure as he surged forward with explosive speed, closing the distance between himself and John in an instant. "What did you do?" he roared. John did not move away. He watched him approach with that same infuriating calm, then shifted slightly at the last possible moment. Godspeed! Bright white lightning appeared around his body as his legs snapped upward. The impact landed clean. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through Zod's armor as the reinforced plating around his lower body shattered from the force. Pain detonated through him instantly, far worse than anything he had felt in his entire life. Magic surged through the strike, bypassing every layer of protection his Kryptonian physiology and technology relied on. Zod's body locked mid-motion. The breath caught in his throat as a strangled scream tore out of him, his entire frame trembling from the sheer intensity of it. John lowered his legs slowly, watching him with mild curiosity. "I just kicked your balls." Zod's teeth clenched hard enough to grind. The pain pulsed through his body in violent waves, but he forced himself forward anyway, fury overriding instinct as he threw a punch aimed straight for John's head. John disappeared. A blur of motion cut across Zod's perception, too fast to track. Before he could adjust, the strike came again. Another kick. Same place. This time, the sound was worse. Arg! Zod's scream ripped through the sky, distorted by rage and agony as his body jerked violently, the damage compounding on itself. His vision fractured for a split second, his control slipping under the overwhelming surge of pain that magic forced into his system. He was forced to grab his crotch. John hovered in front of him, completely relaxed, arms loose at his sides as if none of this required effort. "Oh, look at you. You just lost your family jewels," he said, tilting his head slightly. Zod clenched his teeth, trying to fight through the pain. His eyes were on John, and he looked really angry. "What's with that look?" John raised an eyebrow. "Wanna cry?" Behind Zod, streaks of light tore through space as Kara and the others closed in fast. John glanced past him, tracking their approach, then lifted a hand and pointed toward the distant fleet. "Destroy the ships," he said, his tone casual, as if assigning chores instead of directing a war. "As long as the ships are gone, the husk will lose control. Only then will this war end." His gaze shifted to Harley, a faint grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. He pointed a finger at her. "Light 'em up." "With pleasure, hubby." Harley shot past John and went straight for the ships. Kara, Maureen, and Superman followed. John turned back to Zod just as the general tried to steady himself, still shaking from the lingering pain. He somehow managed to suppress his pain. Zod grumbled in anger. "I'll tear you apart one limb at a time, and then I'll destroy everything and everyone you love. After that, I'll slaughter every single life form on this planet." Zod's threat had barely left his mouth when John's expression went flat. The faint amusement that lingered there vanished without a trace, replaced by something colder, something far less forgiving as he opened his subspace and took out his wand. John lifted the wand with a small flick of his wrist and spoke a single word. Crucio. A scarlet bolt of magic struck Zod. Zod's body seized midair as if an invisible force had wrapped around every nerve and tore them open all at once. The scream that followed was violent as it ripped straight out of his throat. Every muscle in his frame locked and twisted, his flight collapsing instantly as his body jerked. Pain flooded him completely. His nerves burned as if they had been set on fire from the inside. His bones felt like they were splitting under pressure that had no physical source. He grabbed his head as he felt his head was about to split apart at any moment. His body dropped. Zod fell out of the sky without control, crashing into the desert below with a force that sent sand erupting outward in a violent plume. The ground fractured beneath him as his body struck, but he did not rise. He could not. He writhed. His limbs jerked against his will, fingers clawing into the sand as if he could dig himself out of the sensation tearing through him. He forcefully ripped apart the remnants of his armor just to touch his head with his fingers. And as soon as his helmet came off, His senses were overloaded, just like what happened with Faura and the assault team. The disciplined general, the hardened warrior who had faced extinction and war without breaking, even survived in the Phantom Zone, was gone in that moment. All that remained was a man being crushed under pain he could not fight. John blinked. The space above the battlefield warped for a fraction of a second, and then he was standing on the desert floor, boots settling lightly against the cracked ground. He looked down at Zod with his wand pointing at him. "How dare you, piece of shit, threaten me?" His voice came out low and sharp, each word carrying weight that cut deeper than any shout. Zod tried to respond, but the only thing that left him was a broken sound, something between a gasp and a choke as his body continued to convulse under the curse. His chest heaved as he struggled to drag in air. His control shattered completely. John watched him for a moment longer, then tilted his head slightly as if considering something. He lifted the curse for a moment, giving Zod a second to breathe before, Crucio, the word fell again, and the pain surged back with renewed intensity. Zod's back arched violently off the ground as a fresh scream tore out of him, louder than before, his voice cracking under the strain. His hands slammed into the sand, fingers digging deep as if he could anchor himself against the force ripping through his body. The desert floor around him fractured further under the pressure of his uncontrolled movements. Out in the space, Kara, Superman, Harley, and Maureen wreaked havoc, destroying the ships, and Harley annihilated anyone in her way with her signature grin. Ursa and 3 more veterans rushed in to kill her. "Shazam!" Harley yelled, calling down the divine lightning before redirecting it toward those Kryptonians. Crispy Kryptonians, coming right up. She held the lightning until their bodies turned to ashes. "Oops, I burned them." Kara simply flew straight into the mothership, blasting it from the inside out with her heat vision and punches. Maureen froze an entire fleet. "Shatter!" She snapped her fingers, shattering them to ice dust. Superman blasted through the fighter drones and jets. Kara then moved to the next ship. Back to the ground, John lifted the curse. Huff, huff. Zod took deep breaths as the pain finally stopped. "Look up there," John said, looking up in the sky. "Your fleet is 90% destroyed. You are on the verge of death, and your action caused countless deaths of your own people. Tell me." He looked down at Zod before grabbing his throat and pulling him up in the air with his left hand. Then he pressed the wand on his cheek. "Was it worth it? For Krypton?" Zod was about to reply. "Oh, darn it, I don't care." John threw Zod up in the air. He pointed his wand at him. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light burst from the tip of John's wand and struck Zod square in the chest. For a fraction of a second, everything went still. The light swallowed him completely. Zod's body froze midair, his eyes widening just enough to show that he understood what had happened. Then the light vanished. Zod's body dropped on the ground with a thud. The man who had crossed galaxies, who had survived the void of the Phantom Zone, lay still in the dust with his gaze empty and unfocused. John lowered his wand as he looked down at the corpse. "Well, the killing curse works on Kryptonians. Interesting. I should have spammed it from the start." He put his wand in his subspace and thought for a moment. "I wonder what the limits of this killing curse are in this reality." He raised his hand up and yelled, "Shazam!" Using the divine lightning, John erased every single dead Kryptonian's existence, including their blood traces. Then he took all the weapons and put them into his subspace. Then he stopped before Faura and Carvex. Those two seemed to have gotten a bit used to Earth's atmosphere and the yellow sun's radiation. They weren't struggling like before. "Now, what should I do with you two?" John looked down at the 2 Kryptonians. 1 week later, Kondak. 1 week has passed since the battle with Zod and his army. John, Maureen, and Harley destroyed every piece of Kryptonian technology and turned those who had died to ashes. As for the husks, with the mothership destroyed, the remaining of them self-destructed. The only survivors were Faura and Carvex. The problem was the fact that they were genetically engineered in a Genesis chamber on Krypton. They were bred specifically for combat and protection, making them fiercely dedicated and genetically incapable of feeling empathy toward their enemies. And their boundaries of thought were programmed, which gave them limited free will and a tendency toward a dogmatic soldier mindset. So, until that DNA coding is somehow removed, they will remain a danger to all. Containment lab. John stood in the observation room with his hands in his pockets, staring through the reinforced glass. The cells below were built with layers of technology and magic designed to ensure nothing inside could escape. Batman had taken every precaution. The walls were lined with kryptonite, suppression fields, and reinforced cuffs were locked tightly around their prisoners' wrists. Faura sat upright on the bench, her back straight and posture flawless even now. Carvex leaned against the wall, her eyes half-lidded but still alert in a way that suggested constant awareness. John exhaled slowly. Yeah, they haven't changed. Harley sprawled across a chair behind him, one leg hanging over the armrest as she casually spun a small knife between her fingers. What did you expect, Han? You don't just flip a switch and turn scary space soldiers into cupcake lovers. Caitlin stood near the console with her arms folded, watching the readings scroll across the screen. Vitals are stable. No agresivas piques. That does not mean they are calm. She glanced at John. They are holding themselves back because they know they cannot win here. John nodded once. Exactly. He pushed himself away from the glass and walked toward the console, his eyes narrowing slightly as he focused on the data. Their biology is not the real issue. The problem is the structure behind it. The way they think. The way that mindset is locked in place. Harley tilted her head. So, brain problem? Not exactly. John tapped the side of his head. It goes deeper than that. It's built into them. Not just behavior, but identity. Maureen frowned slightly. Like a command structure they cannot ignore. Yeah, and it doesn't disappear just because the war is over. John's gaze shifted back to the cell. For them, the war never really ends. Inside the cell, Faura slowly lifted her head and locked eyes with him through the glass. Even from a distance, her intent was clear. It was measured, focused, and completely unshaken. Carvex followed a moment later, her gaze moving between them as she assessed the situation with quiet precision. Harley let out a low whistle. Still gives me the creeps a little. Caitlin's eyes were still on the screen as the data kept scrolling. So what's the plan? She asked, tapping a few keys before glancing back at John. I can run deeper scans and try working with Ivy to figure something out, but their DNA is heavily modified at a foundational level. I don't think we can just create something that rewrites all of that and removes it cleanly. John didn't look concerned. Oh, don't worry about that, he said calmly. I already know someone who can strip the modification out completely. His tone stayed. Once they're thinking for themselves, everything changes. Harley perked up immediately, the knife stopping mid-spin before she pointed it lazily toward the glass. Easy. We recruit him, she said with a grin that came back just a little too fast. She swung her leg off the chair and leaned forward, clearly invested now. Give him a shot at redemption. New start, shiny purpose, maybe even matching outfits if they behave. Who knows? We can have some fun and do naughty things, and maybe down the line they'll Biko. Maureen didn't even look at her. She just lifted a finger slightly. Frost crept across Harley's lips in an instant, sealing her mouth shut mid-sentence. Harley froze, eyes widening as she tried to finish her thought anyway, the muffled sound dying behind the thin layer of ice. Mhum! She shot Maureen a sharp look, half offended and half amused, then pointed at her own face in protest. Maureen finally turned her head and gave her that look. Not a single word, she said flatly before returning her attention to the cells. John took a deep breath, clearly used to this by now. Well, there's only one way to find out. Enchantress, he called. The air shifted. It started as a faint drop in temperature, subtle enough that it took a second to register. Then it deepened into something heavier. The lights above flickered once. A thin layer of frost crept along the edges of the reinforced glass, spreading outward like veins. Even Maureen felt the chill down her spine. Caitlin's fingers stilled over the console as the reading spiked without warning. "That's not coming from the cells," she said quietly, her eyes narrowing at the sudden surge of unfamiliar energy. Harley pulled her legs up onto the chair and hugged them instinctively. She broke the ice from her mouth and said, "Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. That's spooky in a bad way." A wisp of green magic curled into existence beside John. It twisted slowly at first, like smoke being pulled through invisible fingers, then thickened and folded inward. The space around it warped slightly, as if reality itself was being bent to make room. Then she stepped out of it. Enchantress appeared without a sound, her form solidifying as the green glow faded into her skin. Her eyes flickered faintly with that same eerie light, and for a brief moment, the temperature dropped even further before stabilizing. John didn't react. He simply turned his head toward the others. "This is Enchantress," he said, his tone calm and matter-of-fact as if he had just introduced someone new to the office. "She's joining the team starting today." Caitlin straightened slightly, studying her with an analytical gaze. There was curiosity there, but also caution. "Her energy output is insane," she noted under her breath, her eyes flicking briefly to the readings before returning to Enchantress. Harley tried to smile, but it wasn't easy to smile before the ancient witch. "Well, ain't she a bundle of sunshine?" she said, looking between John and Enchantress. "You always bring home the fun ones, huh?" Maureen said nothing. Her eyes stayed locked on Enchantress as if she was measuring every detail without needing a single word. John finally turned fully toward Enchantress. "How are you holding up?" he asked. Enchantress tilted her head slightly, her expression calm on the surface, though something deeper moved behind her eyes. This was the first time anyone had asked how she was doing. "I've managed to suppress the madness for now," she said, "but it is getting worse with each passing day. The longer I hold it back, the harder it pushes." Harley shifted slightly in her seat, her grip tightening around her legs. "Yeah, that sounds like a problem we should probably not ignore," she muttered. John stepped closer. He raised his hand and placed it gently on the top of Enchantress's head. "Don't resist," he said quietly. "Let it flow." For a split second, nothing happened. Then the lightning emerged. Golden arcs of divine energy formed around John's hand, then sank into Enchantress's body in thin streams. The glow spread slowly, tracing along her arms, her neck, and across her chest like veins of light threading through something dark. "Yang! So much dark magic and unstable shits in here. But nothing I can't fix with the power of 12 gods," John thought as he began to heal her. Enchantress stiffened. A sharp breath escaped her as her fingers curled slightly at her sides. The green aura around her flickered violently, reacting to the intrusion. For a moment, it surged outward as if trying to push the lightning back. Enchantress gritted her teeth as she looked at John. John didn't move his hand. "Let it go. Trust me, I'll never hurt you," he said with a reassuring smile. The lightning pressed deeper. The green magic twisted harder, flaring and lashing in uneven bursts as if something inside it was resisting, fighting to stay intact. The air around them warped again, pressure building just enough to make the room feel tight. Caitlin's eyes widened slightly as she watched the reading spike and then shift. "How is he doing this?" she said under her breath. "He's restructuring her energy. Magic." Enchantress's breathing grew uneven for a few seconds. Her body trembled lightly as the golden light spread further, reaching deeper layers of whatever power was coiled inside her. The green glow started to fracture, not shattering, but separating. Threads of it peeled away from the darker core, unraveling under the steady pressure of the lightning. Then something snapped. The resistance broke. The green energy surged once more, then calmed. The chaotic fluctuations smoothed out as the darker undertone that had been twisting through it began to fade. The glow softened, becoming steadier and more controlled. Enchantress's shoulders lowered slightly. Her breathing slowed. The tension in her body eased as the last traces of instability were burned away, leaving behind something far more balanced. John let the lightning fade. The golden arcs dissolved into nothing as he lowered his hand, watching her for a moment to make sure the change held. Enchantress blinked once, then again. The faint green glow in her eyes steadied, no longer flickering unpredictably. When she looked up, there was clarity there that hadn't been present before. She exhaled slowly. "The noise," she said softly, almost to herself. "It's gone." She summoned a ball of arcane magic on her palm. It was bright green instead of the dark green with a black touch. She smiled. "You have no idea how quiet it is now." She closed her fist, snuffing out the arcane ball, and took a deep breath. "I'll need some time to stabilize my magic. After that, I'm at your service." She lowered her head a bit. Then, a gust of wind swept through the chamber as she transformed back to June. She looked at everyone with an awkward smile. "Hello."
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.